started. And tonight we're starting a new book, the book of Philippians. And so most of tonight will be my long, rambly introduction to the book of Philippians. Confused everyone. Philippians. So we just finished Ephesians. Philippians is a book that's a little different in some ways than the other epistles of St. Paul that we've been reading. So there's some basics that are the same, right? So St. Paul wrote it, right? And we talked all the way back in the introduction to the book, St. Paul's epistle to the Romans. The introduction to Romans, we talked about what it means that St. Paul wrote it, right? And we'll reiterate that here. That when we're saying St. Paul wrote these epistles, or that it's St. Paul's epistle to blank, we aren't saying that St. Paul sat down with a pen and a papyrus or a pen and a piece of vellum and wrote it by hand. Right? That is the case for 0 of St. Paul's epistles. We know that for a number of reasons, including the fact that in a few of them, St. Paul will say near the end, for example, "See with what large letters I write to you in my own hand," right? Which means the rest of it was not, right? So he'll affix a little personal note or signature, at the end of some of them. So that's not the case for any of them. What is the case is that St. Paul was involved in the writing of all of them. So on one end of, it's sort of a spectrum. And on one end of that spectrum, you have, for example, St. Paul's epistle to the Galatians, St. Paul's epistle to the Romans. Would be good examples. 1 Corinthians, of the ones we've read. Those are all good examples where St. Paul dictated it to what was called in Greek an amanuensis, sort of like a secretary, a scribe, professional scribe, where the process was he would dictate the letter, the scribe would physically write it, but also sort of make little grammar corrections, right? Polish it up a little for written instead of spoken, you know what I mean? Like taking dictation for a letter, right? But clean it up a little bit. Once he had finished doing that, St. Paul would have taken it and read it, right? And if he felt like there were any corrections he needed to make, I didn't mean that, I meant, this, I didn't mean that word, I meant this word, or whatever, right? He would make whatever changes. The scribe would finalize it, and then usually that same person, that same scribe, would be the one who would take the letter to its recipient or recipients and would publicly read it, because of course not everyone was literate, so it's not, they didn't have a way to quickly and easily make copies, so they didn't pass it out at church or something, right, or put it in the bulletin. He would read it out loud publicly, and he was also then expected to be able to answer any questions that people had about it. So these letters were first publicly read in the churches, right from the get-go. That's what they were. So us reading them in a liturgy is not like a new thing. Now we're taking St. Paul's letters and reading them out in liturgy. That's what was originally done with them, is that they were read out in the churches that received them. So that's sort of one end of the spectrum. And I say it's one end of the spectrum because the spectrum is how many factors there are between the person St. Paul and the finished product. Right? So on one end of the spectrum, you have St. Paul writing it through a scribe and approving the text. Right? So that's one end of the spectrum. An epistle like St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians is sort of in the middle. Why do I say it's in the middle? Because he has a co-author. And that's already in verse 1 of chapter 1 of St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians, you'll notice it says, Paul and Timothy, bondservants, plural, of Jesus Christ, are who's writing. So he's listing St. Timothy as his co-author. Right? So that means there's at least one more person involved. Now there's St. Paul, there's St. Timothy, there's a scribe, right? All involved in producing this letter. So St. Paul's it's a little less direct. The other far end of the spectrum would be like St. Paul's epistle to the Hebrews, right? Where exactly how much involvement St. Paul had isn't totally clear, right? It looks, St. Paul's epistle to the Hebrews, if you just look at the Greek of it, the Greek style and everything, it looks a lot more like St. Luke than St. Paul. Right? And so there are a number of theories in terms of how that worked, whether St. Luke was sort of recording a sermon that St. Paul gave, because there are certain features, and we'll talk about this more when we get to Hebrews, but there's certain features of it that make it look kind of like a sermon or a homily more than a letter in terms of its format. So it may be that St. Luke was recording a sermon that St. Paul gave and sort of then sending it. So he attached the letter stuff because he was sending it out, right, to a church. But there are other theories. But that's sort of the far end, right, where it doesn't seem like St. Paul was directly involved with the text, but that what's there in the text sort of came from St. Paul's mind, right? But there's some distance there between him and the text. So that's sort of the range, right? And it's important. The reason I'm going through this again is that there are all kinds of debates, because of course people need to publish journal articles and people need to write dissertations about exactly which of St. Paul's epistles he wrote, right? And so if you pick up any book about the New Testament, they'll say, well, St. Paul definitely didn't write Hebrews, probably didn't write a bunch of his other epistles, and then definitely wrote, usually there's about 7 that they'll say he definitely wrote. Those 7 are the ones that are over here with Romans and Galatians on the one end of the spectrum, right? And then Hebrews definitely not on the other end. And then the other ones debatably in between, right? But if you take into account the fact that most of the ones that are quote-unquote debatable have a listed co-author, right? And you take into account that Hebrews, for example, is written in the style of one of St. Paul's companions, right? It becomes pretty clear why they don't all look alike, right, in terms of the Greek. And it becomes pretty clear why the church, nonetheless, who was reading it in the original Greek, and were even more aware of the differences in style than we are, right, still had this tradition that these all come from St. Paul, right? So that's why I think it's kind of fruitless, again, unless you just absolutely have to publish a dissertation, right, or write a dissertation, and this is the only topic you can come up with. I think it's kind of fruitless to sit and argue about, did St. Paul write that? Well, no, he didn't sit down and write any of it, right? But it clearly has some connection to St. Paul, right? The ideas are quote-unquote Pauline. And so trying to sort of hash these things out is kind of irrelevant to interpreting them and is irrelevant to the tradition of the church, right? It says that this body of literature reflects the mind of St. Paul. Right, this is the gospel as St. Paul proclaimed it. Right, and none of it was put to paper by him, and that's fine. No one ever claimed it was. So this is St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians that we're going to be reading now is there in the middle. Right, so St. Timothy's involved. And these epistles where St. Timothy is listed as a co-author all date from around the same period. And there's good argument, shall we say, that they actually originate from Ephesus. St. Paul alludes to some trouble he had in Ephesus. Ephesus was a major center. St. Timothy, as far as we can tell, until St. Paul sent him to Crete, was in Ephesus. And so it is very likely that, like Ephesians that we just read, that Philippians was written sometime in probably the mid-50s AD, and was written from Ephesus while he was in prison, and that's part of why we have a co-author. It's part of why we have another person involved, because St. Paul was less free to compose as he usually composed, and so St. Timothy was involved in assisting him there. The older theory, and this may be reflected. In fact, I'm almost willing to bet it was. Yes, okay. So the Orthodox Study Bible on the frontispiece has the older theory that says that St. Paul wrote this while he was imprisoned in Rome. There's a bunch of problems with that. The biggest one being that there's nothing to indicate that St. Timothy ever went to Rome. It seems pretty clear he stayed at Ephesus. And that's why St. Paul had to write 1st and 2nd Timothy to Timothy from Rome. Right? If St. Timothy was there with him, he wouldn't have had to send him letters because he was at Ephesus. Right? Like, that seems pretty obvious. So that's a biggie. St. Paul also mentions things, as we'll see, especially when we get to the end of St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians. He mentions things he's planning to do that don't make sense if it's when he was imprisoned in Rome. Right? Because the things he's saying he's planning to do are things he did before that. Right? So that doesn't really work. So it's much more likely that this is written during that same imprisonment in Ephesus, which was temporary, and therefore this is one of his earlier epistles. Now, when I say earlier, all of St. Paul's epistles were written between probably about 45 and then the 60s when he was martyred by Nero. So this isn't a huge span of, this is about 20 years when he writes all of these. But so this would be sort of smack in the middle, right? Sort of smack in the middle of his ministry and his writing career. So he's writing it. We talked about how we've had epistles like Romans and 1st and 2nd Corinthians, where St. Paul wrote it to a particular community in a particular city. And then we've also had like Galatians and Ephesians where they were sort of more circular, right? Galatia, remember, was a region, so it was to all the churches there. We talked about how St. Paul's epistle to the Ephesians was actually written from Ephesus probably around this same time period and circulated in all the churches around, the Christian communities around Ephesus. So this one, St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians, is going to a particular city, a particular Philippi. There were a bunch of Philippis. There was a Caesarea Philippi. There were a bunch of Philippis. But this is going to one particular one in the Roman province of Macedonia. That's which had also been part of Alexander the Great's Macedonia, because of course he was Macedonian. So a little bit of history of that city, because I know, we're not huge fans of Philippi, probably. I haven't done a ton of research into Philippi in particular, but Philippi is a city that was first sort of incorporated as a Greek city-state by Philip of Macedon, by Alexander the Great's father. and he named it after himself in a fit of humility. His son did that a lot too, named cities after himself. So, but he named it Philippi. There were already people settled there, but the reason that Philip made it into a city-state is that there were gold and silver mines very close to it. And so extracting that became important to him, and turning Philippi into a city gave him the infrastructure to do that. And it was also near the border of his territory. That territory had been recently annexed by him. It was on the border with Thrace. So Philippi had this sort of Greek start. It came to much more prominence later in the Roman period, particularly in 42 BC. This is where the armies of Octavian, who would later be Caesar Augustus, and Mark Antony, back when they were friends, met up, finally tracked down Cassius and Brutus, who had killed Caesar. And their sort of final showdown battle was near Philippi. And after that happened, after that battle, and Mark Antony and Octavian were victorious, as a reward to their veterans who had fought in that battle. This is how the Roman system worked. When you were a veteran, what you received at the end of your military service was land. They would give, Roman veterans received tracts of land, usually at the edges of Roman territory, so that Romans would go and settle there and sort of Romanize wherever it was, and bring the Roman way of life. And that helped them solidify their empire, right? Because the natives weren't necessarily Roman, weren't necessarily fond of Rome, but we bring in Roman settlers. And so that began then. A number of veterans were rewarded with territory, with land around Philippi, and went and settled there. And then after the Battle of Actium, when Octavian and Mark Antony had turned on each other and had their final showdown, the newly minted Caesar Augustus settled another wave of his veterans who had been loyal to him in bringing him to power in the area around Philippi. And he also, in another fit of humility, changed the name of the city. So the city is referred to in the Bible as Philippi, and we call this Philippians, but technically the name of the city was Julio Augusto Philippi. Right? So he named it after Julius Caesar, his illustrious ancestor, himself, Augustus, to the name he had just taken, and then kept Philip of Macedon's name on the end. But so what this meant was that Philippi was a very Roman city. When I say that, for example, most of the cities we've talked about, right, in Asia Minor, in Greece, obviously in Palestine and Syria, like Antioch, even in Egypt, from within the Roman Empire, the inscriptions and everything are in Greek, right? The documents we have from there are in Greek, because Greek was the lingua franca. Greek was the trade language that sort of everybody knew. Almost all of the inscriptions we found in Philippi from the first century are in Latin, not Greek. And only Romans knew Latin, right? Sort of everybody knew Greek, but only Romans knew Latin. So that tells you the percentage of the population, right? that was Roman, self-consciously Roman. Yes, sir.
I have a question. Where would Philippi fall today? Is it in Turkey, Bulgaria?
It's in Greece. It's in the northeastern part of Greece.
Okay.
Yeah. What's called Macedonia today is not ancient Macedonia.
Yeah,
and Greeks are very particular about that, about pointing that out. Ancient Macedonia is part of Greece.
Okay.
So it's in the northeastern part of Greece now. But so it was very, very Roman. And so there was a very strict class system where the Roman citizens, these Roman settlers, these Roman veterans were the movers and shakers and controlled the economy and the politics and all of this. And the Greek speakers, the locals, right, previous to the Romans, were an underclass of slaves and servants, and it was very stratified. And there was the Jewish community there was fairly small and insignificant. Okay. St. Paul's first visit to Philippi was in the book of Acts. We talked about a bunch of things, stories you probably remember happened in Philippi, even if you don't remember they happened in Philippi. So Philippi was one of the first places he went when St. Paul had the vision in the Acts of the Apostles that caused him to go to Macedonia to preach the gospel. And that was sort of the beginning of a new phase of his ministry. Because remember, before that, he had been going to cities with large synagogue communities. Right? He'd go to the synagogue first. He was primarily going to these Jewish communities. And then, of course, also preaching the gospel to those outside of the Jewish community. But he was using the synagogues as sort of a hub. Whereas when he goes into Macedonia, he's going to pagan cities with only small Jewish populations. So that was sort of a new phase that opened up. And Philippi is one of the first places he went in Macedonia. So the things you might remember but not remember were in Philippi were, first, that's where St. Lydia was. St. Lydia, who became a deaconess, who was a dyer of purple fabric, was there. She was not Jewish. She had been a God-fearer or proselyte, as we've talked about before. She was one of these Gentiles who was sort of interested in Judaism, was a benefactor of the Jewish community, was around the Jewish community, but hadn't joined, right? So for her to join, her husband would have had to join, or she would have had to marry a Jewish man. Right? Because obviously she couldn't be circumcised herself, and become a proselyte. But so she was around the fringes of the Jewish community. She became a Christian and sort of became a big part of the foundation of the Christian community there in Philippi. Philippi is also where St. Paul cast the demon out of the slave girl who was telling fortunes, whose owners were using her to make a living because she was possessed by this demon that would tell the future. And St. Paul cast the demon out of her and ruined their business. And so they got mad and reported him, and St. Paul got thrown in jail in Philippi. And it was in the jail in Philippi when they were chained to the floor and they were singing hymns, and the earthquake happened. And the jailer was going to kill himself. Remember? Because he'd be executed for dereliction of duty if his prisoners escaped, right, by the Romans. But St. Paul reassured him that nobody had actually fled. And then St. Paul used that as an opportunity to preach the gospel to him. And the jailer and his family, who were Gentiles converted, became part of the Christian community. All of that happened in Philippi. So Philippi was not only a significant sort of Roman city, it was not only sort of a unique city in terms of when St. Paul went there, it was a transition and was different culturally than a lot of the other cities he preached in. But it's also a city where a lot happened in terms of St. Paul's ministry. So it's significant in his ministry and just significant in general. And so this is the community that St. Paul's now writing to. Yes, sir.
Was it a large, important city? Because I don't remember it being prominent in ancient history.
It's not super prominent in that regard. The gold and silver mines were still there. So it was a city with a fair amount of wealth. But it wasn't, and those battles, right? The battle happened near there. But it was sort of like, a battle happening near your city, it's sort of like Gettysburg.
Yeah.
Right? Like Gettysburg, Pennsylvania is primarily significant because of the battle that happened near there, not because it's a hub of industry or something, right? And so it was the same kind of thing in that regard. So it was not an insignificant city. It wasn't like a village, but it was definitely not Ephesus.
Was it the
right?
capital of the province?
No,
Okay.
it was not Ephesus. It was not Corinth, right? It was not that level of significance. In fact, it had, when St. Paul visited and when this letter is coming to it, there were about 10,000 people living there. To give you a comparison, at this time, we're going to read 1st and 2nd Thessalonians in not too long. Thessalonica at that time, Thessaloniki, had about 100,000, had about 10 times as many at this time. So that gives you an idea of relative size, right? So yeah, it's a Roman settlement. It's very distinctly and proudly Roman, but not huge. And so this Christian community is almost entirely Gentile, right? Almost entirely former pagans or even the God-fearers, the people who had been attached to the Jewish community, even they had been pagans at some point. So really they're all almost all former pagans. Some of them had that intermediate step of being interested in Judaism. We've talked before about how there was sort of a Judaism fad among the Romans in the first century, and that's why there are all these God-fearers and all these non-Jews kind of at the periphery of synagogues in different Roman cities. They were fascinated with Judaism for some of the same reasons they were fascinated with Egyptian religion. Just it was an ancient religious tradition that was kind of foreign and exotic. Doubly so in the case of various forms of Judaism, because there were these sort of weird things, like that they only had one temple in one place, and that they didn't have idols. And the story had circulated, I know we've mentioned this before, but when Pompey, the Roman general, annexed Judea to the Roman Empire, at the time he went down there, he forced his way into the Holy of Holies in the temple, and there was nothing there, right? The ark was already gone. So he went there, and it was just an empty, there's this big curtain concealing. I got to know what's behind this curtain. What have they got in their temple? They've got to have some statue or some idol or some relic or some holy thing. And he barged back in there, and there was an empty room. And so the rumor went around from that the Judeans, the Jewish people, worshipped their god Solamentis, only with their minds. And so this was, especially to philosophically minded Greeks and Romans, this was, this is right, some kind of higher thing.
Classic Roman Catholics.
Yeah, so they were kind of fascinated, right, by it. Not fascinated enough to get circumcised and abandon being Romans and become Jews and all that, right? They're not going to go that far. But fascinated enough that they'd want to have a copy of the Jewish scriptures in Greek and read it and be sort of interested and fascinated by it and discuss it, debate it. And they'd want to give some money to the local synagogue and get their name on a, plaque that they, were the sort of magnanimous donors, right, to this community and that kind of thing. And they knew that meant, hey, if we give them some money, not only do we get our name on the plaque, but they'll pray for us to their God, and that can't hurt, right? If you're a Roman pagan, every little bit helps with praying to different gods. So they were on board with that. So there were a fair number of those, like St. Lydia, obviously being an example, and then just direct, like the Philippian jailer, converts directly from paganism, but very few Judean Christians, because you can imagine if there's only 10,000 people in the whole city, right? The Jewish community is pretty small.
Lydia and the jailer might well have been among the recipients.
Yes. Yeah. St. Lydia particularly said she was serving as a deaconess, right? So this letter is coming to that same church. These are, again, people who St. Paul knew because he was there. Probably some more people had joined the Christian community since he left. But, I mean, this is a community he's familiar with. Unlike, as we talked about in his epistle to the Romans, he hadn't been to Rome yet. So he was writing to people he didn't know. This is an epistle that's going primarily to people he knows, and probably some other people who he knows of but hadn't met yet. But this is a community he's familiar with. He hadn't spent, though, on the other hand, he hadn't spent as much time there as he had in like Corinth or Ephesus, right, where he spent years spending time with the people. So it's somewhere in between, right? Those two extremes of being very familiar, having lived there for years on the one hand, or not having met them yet on the other. These are people he's met, he's familiar with, some of whom he would have baptized, some of whom would have joined the community under his preaching, and then probably some others who were more recent. Another way in which St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians is a little different than some of the epistles we've been reading is that, as we're going to see, St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians is going to be much more positive than a lot of the epistles we've been reading, right? So we've had epistles like Romans and Galatians that are sort of written directed at a particular problem, right? There was a problem in the churches of Galatia, right? These were these false preachers preaching another gospel. We're going to get a reference to them, actually, in Philippians, in terms of, hey, if any of those guys show up from right, to cause trouble. But so Galatians directed this problem. Romans, remember, we talked about the expulsion of the Jews and St. Paul trying to reconcile the Jewish Christian and Gentile Christian, or formerly pagan Christian communities, to make sure they stayed one community and didn't split in two. So they're directed at this particular problem. We've also read like 1st and 2nd Corinthians, which are directed at like a whole bunch of problems, right? Because the community's just in crisis. There's tons of problematic things going on. While the community of Philippi, we're going to see, isn't perfect, right? We're going to see St. Paul's able to write a much more positive, on the whole, epistle to them. Things are going a little better, at least so far, there. Remember, St. Paul said several times in 1st and 2nd Corinthians how much he wished he could write to them a more positive letter, but he couldn't. Well, this is the kind of letter he was wanting to write to Corinth, but couldn't, right? Nothing's ever perfect. There's always dangers, there's always issues, but Philippi seems to have been doing better. And so St. Paul is able to write more positively, and so that means that this epistle is going to be a little more directed toward teaching and building up rather than addressing problems when we compare it to some of the others. And that's sort of important background to have, because we can, when we're reading different books of the Bible, it's very easy to sort of fall into a rut. Right, so we're reading St. Paul's epistles, and we read like Romans and 1st and 2nd Corinthians and Galatians, and we say, okay, so St. Paul's writing these epistles to solve problems, right? And so as we read it, and this is helpful, like in 1 Corinthians, okay, what's the problem that St. Paul is addressing, right? And that can even help us interpret sometimes, because, for example, someone will come along and pose an interpretation, say, oh, this is what it means. But if you think about it for 5 seconds, you're like, why would anyone in Corinth be teaching X, Y, Z? Right? Or in Romans, we talked about how, I hate to keep picking on the Calvinists after all the picking on Calvinists I did in Ephesians. Not really, I'm being dishonest. But anyway, I don't hate to pick on them. Sorry, not sorry. When you get to Romans 9, and they're going to say, oh, well, this is all about how God chose some people for salvation and some people for damnation before he created any of them. And you're sort of like, what does that have to do with chapter 8? And why would he be telling the Romans that? Like, what problem would that solve? Right? It doesn't make any sense. So that could be a helpful approach, right? But you could also fall into a position where you have a hammer, and so everything starts to look like a nail, right? And so you say, okay, this is how to read St. Paul, right? And so if you come to St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians and try to approach it with, okay, everything he says is addressed to some kind of problem in Philippi, you're going to get crazy results, right? Because there's a different, and we'll see as we get into chapter 1 already, there's a different tone, right? And so it's written for different purposes, right? So you've got to, just like every letter you've written and every email you've sent in your life has not had the same tone, right? Sometimes it's happy, sometimes it's sad, sometimes you're angry, right? Sometimes, right? And if you interpreted all of them as you're angry, right? If everyone who read your emails interpreted every single one of them as you being angry, you wouldn't have a lot of friends left, right? So we have to take each epistle, right? That's why I spend the time doing these introductions for each one. We have to take who's receiving it, what's going on there, what's it addressing, and then that affects how we read it. And so we're going to be taking a little different approach in that regard to St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians, but that's not based on me being inconsistent, right? Or just we randomly choose to interpret different books of the Bible differently. It's based on the book itself and who's receiving it and when it's based on context, right? So we have to take each thing St. Paul writes in the context he writes it, who he's writing it to, what he's writing it about. And that should influence how we interpret it. And so, yes, each letter he writes we should interpret a little bit differently because he's not writing it to the same people at the same time to address the same problems. So that's the end of our introduction. Picking up where we left off last time, which is the beginning of chapter 2 of St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians. I won't go back through the whole long rambling introduction we had last time. By the time people are hearing this recording, they'll be able to go and listen to that recording. So for people who are here tonight and who missed the first one, sorry. But I'd tread a lot of water if I had to go through that every single time. So St. Paul, just to go over that briefly, St. Paul is writing this epistle to Philippi. This is the Philippi in Macedonia, which at this time had been renamed Julio Augusto Philippi by Octavian, after he became Caesar Augustus, named it after Julius Caesar and himself, in addition to Philip of Macedon, Alexander the Great's father, who it was named after originally. And this Philippi is in the Roman province of Macedonia. We talked about how this was one of the first churches that St. Paul helped found during that sort of second phase of his ministry that we saw in Acts. So we talked about a bunch of the well-known stories of the Acts of the Apostles took place in Philippi when St. Paul went there. But the reason it was the beginning of this sort of second phase is that Philippi was one of the first cities he went to that was almost completely Gentile, almost completely non-Jewish. Before that, he had been going mainly to cities that had large Jewish communities, preaching in the synagogues, and then sort of expanding out from there. Once he went into Macedonia and started getting to cities like Philippi, it's not that there were zero Jewish people there, zero Jewish community, but they were very small. And so his preaching of the gospel in a city like Philippi was really aimed directly at just straight out Roman, Greek, Macedonian pagans. We talked about how Philippi had been a Roman colony city, had sort of two phases of colonization. And what that means in terms of a colony is that veterans who had mustered out of the Roman military after they'd completed their military service. Sort of the reward for their service was that they were given land to work. And the Romans would give them land sort of out at the edge of their territory to try and bring Roman culture and Roman values out to those places. And so because of the two waves of settlement by Roman veterans in Philippi, it was a very Roman city, more Roman than even most of the other surrounding cities. And what I mean by that is, for example, almost all the inscriptions we found there are in Latin, not Greek. Greek is much more common. Obviously, this is in Macedonia, so in part of what's now Greece. So we would expect to find Greek, but almost everything's in Latin, which was known only by Romans, particularly Roman citizens, Romans who served in the military. And so the makeup of this city is a little different than, say, the churches in Galatia or even the church in Ephesus that we've been reading about. So in chapter 1 was mostly St. Paul's introduction. As we mentioned before when we read other epistles of St. Paul, he sort of lays out his themes that he's going to address later in the letter in his introduction, and then he sort of comes back to them. We talked about how this is a little more of an upbeat and positive letter than some of the other ones we've read, especially 1st and 2nd Corinthians. But even, Romans and Galatians, we saw, were written to address sort of particular problems in those churches and communities. 1st and 2nd Corinthians was a whole raft of problems in the church in Corinth. But they're aimed at these problems. And so even in for example, in 1st and 2nd Corinthians, St. Paul says a couple times, I wish I could write you, a more pleasant letter. I hope when I visit, we'll have a pleasant visit. And then that ended up sort of not happening because of things going on. Whereas Philippians is much more positive. So the church in Philippi seems to be doing a little better and a little stronger. We saw in the first chapter over and over again St. Paul saying how much he gives thanks for them and rejoices for them and wants to be with them again in person, and how he takes strength from them because as he writes this, he's imprisoned in Ephesus, it seems most likely. And so he and St. Timothy are writing this letter to them from these sort of bad circumstances, but he's been trying to encourage them, talking about how much he's been encouraged by them, despite the circumstances he's in, and trying to encourage them, even from those circumstances. And he's already talked a few times about joy and rejoicing, and that's one of the themes that goes sort of all through the letter. And in chapter 1, at the end of chapter 1, right before where we're going to pick up, we talked about how St. Paul was talking about how we receive the sufferings and the negative things that come into our life, and how if we receive them in the right way, with repentance and with thanksgiving, and understand them in the right way, then we don't have to ever be afraid of anything because nothing can really harm us. Right? Because whatever happens, we're going to receive it in a way that's for our good, for our growth, for our repentance. Even if we die, right? Even if someone kills us, then we have a reward with Christ in heaven. And so there's never anything to fear. And so that's really where we left off last time at the end of chapter 1. So that's our quick catch-up. So unless there are any questions about that or Philippians in general, we'll go ahead and pick up in St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians, chapter 2, verse 1. Therefore, see, we've got a therefore already, right? Therefore, if there is any consolation in Christ, if any comfort of love, if any fellowship of the Spirit, if any affection and mercy, fulfill my joy by being like-minded, having the same love, being of one accord, of one mind. Okay, now notice the way, we've talked before about the way the word fulfill is used in the New Testament and how we tend to read it wrong, right? So a lot of times somebody will talk about, for example, the Gospels, right? Over and over again we read, this happened so that what was said by Isaiah the prophet, or whomever in the Old Testament prophets, might be fulfilled. And we tend to think of that as, well, okay, someone predicts something will happen in the future, and then fulfilled means it happens. Right? We've talked about how that's not the way to read that. Right? And this is the reason I bring that up again here is this is a good place to look where you can see that interpretation doesn't make any sense. Right? Because he says, fulfill my joy. Was his joy a prediction or a prophecy? Right? That doesn't make any sense. So we've talked about what the word fulfill in the Bible means. It's literally what fulfill means. Filled full. Right? Like filled up to overflowing. Right? So in the case of those Old Testament prophecies, it's not saying, oh, well, he predicted something and then it happened. It's saying, here's this pattern we see in the prophet. Right? If you imagine that pattern as like a frame, right? Or like a basket, right? Then what happens in the life of Christ fills that up to overflowing. Right? Fills that pattern up, right? Like filling up a balloon or something, right? In the same way, St. Paul has been talking about this joy he has in them. And so when he says that my joy might be fulfilled, right? Fulfill my joy. What he means is that joy he's already got, fill that up to overflowing, right? It's like he's got a cup of joy, right? And because he's an optimist in this epistle, it's half full, right? And now he's saying, if you do this, it'll be filled up to overflowing, right? I'm already pleased. I'm already rejoicing, right? But if you do this, right, then it will be filled up to overflowing. And so the way he wants them to do that is being like-minded, having the same love, and being of one accord, of one mind. Okay? Now there's two different words for mind there in Greek, right? Which you can't see. They're related words, but they are different words. Okay? And you don't see that in English, right? So the one that's there in like-minded, right, is more like understanding, right? It's more the way you see things than the way you think about things, right? So think about things the same way, judge things the same way, discern things the same way, right? And then have one love. And then the last one is mind like mind, right? And that's the sense that we've talked about it before of the mind as sort of almost a sensory organ by which we see God, right? So that's not about thinking and processing and how we think about things. That's one mind, as in all of them having sort of one worship, one focus on God, one love for each other, and seeing and understanding things the same way. So this is sort of like a threefold picture of them being in complete unity with each other, right? And so he prefaces it with, if there's any consolation in Christ, comfort of love, fellowship of the Spirit, if there's those things already, right, we bring them to fullness by being in complete unity, right? So we've all experienced these things, hopefully, right, as Christians, but now we need to also bring those to fulfillment by being in unity with one another. So it's not just me over here loving Christ and trying to do my thing and trying to live my, and another person over there and another person over there, another person there. But we're all together on the same page, right? Doing this together as one. Verse 3, let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself. Okay. So this is the flip side of that. So what's the opposite of that unity? It's someone either, number one, having selfish ambition. I want to be in charge. I want to get ahead. Right? I want to be better than everybody else. Or just conceit, just thinking you are better than everybody else. Right? Thinking that doesn't even require any effort. Right? that I just did. That's why it's vain conceit. Right. So this is the opposite. Right. So St. Paul is contrasting being out for yourself, being part of the community. And then he gives a way to fight that in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself. Right? Meaning, when you look at other people, rather than thinking you're better than them or trying to be better than them, you think that they're better than you. Right? They're better than you. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean walking around like flagellating yourself and having poor self-esteem and say, I'm a maggot and I'm terrible? And that's what it means. Hitting your head with a board. Yeah. No. So this isn't what that's talking about, right? Because you notice it's talking about esteeming others. Right? It's not about deriding yourself and thinking you're garbage. Right? And the fathers really key in on this, that like self-pity and stuff is a false humility. Right? That self-pity is really egotism. Right? Because even though you're sitting around, oh, woe is me, you're still focused on yourself, not on others. So the thrust here is not about how you look at yourself and walking around saying how horrible you are all the time. Oh, making a big show of your humility, which again is just pride again, right? But how you look at other people, right? And he already talked about this a little in chapter 1, right? He already talked about this a little in chapter 1, that it's not just about not looking at other people and finding fault, which is bad and we shouldn't do it. Right? We shouldn't be looking at other people and trying to point out their faults, right? But it's the positive side of that we need to be looking at other people and finding the good things in them. Finding the gifts God has given them, right? Finding that good and seeing that and focusing on that and encouraging them about that, right? That's what it means to esteem others better than yourself. Right? Rather than looking at all the good things in ourselves and the good things we do and trumpeting those to everyone, right? We're looking to find those things in others and build them up. That produces unity instead of pulling apart. Let each of you look out not only for his own interests, but also for the interests of others. See, again, St. Paul doesn't say, oh, ignore your own interests. Right? He doesn't say, forget about taking care of your family. Right? You need to go and take care of all these other people. But he says, in addition to handling your own responsibilities, taking care of the responsibilities God has given you, you need to be helping other people with the responsibilities that God has given them and that he's given to you as a group. Right? And this is another important thing. This is something that clergy in particular are particularly prone to. Right? But anyone involved in any kind of ministry and trying to help others can fall into it. Right? There are a lot of priests and pastors and other Christian groups who fall into spending tons and tons of time and devotion and attention to the people in their church and ignoring their own kids and ignoring their own spouse, right? Ignoring their own wife. Because they're out there taking care of these other people, right? And that's what they're called to do, right? That's what they're called to do. But that's not what St. Paul is saying. Saying you're called to take care of the responsibilities God has given to you first, and then go and help others beyond that. Beyond that. And take care of the community's needs beyond that. And now we get to, I think I mentioned at the end last time that chapter 2 is one of the, Philippians was one of the most important passages in the New Testament. And now we're getting to that. That begins here with verse 5. I'll do a little mini introduction to this. What we're about to read in verses 5 through 11 has a cool Latin name. So that means it's important, right? It's referred to as the Carmen Christi. Because there's a lot of evidence, and we're not going to be able to see it in the English. It's just going to look like another paragraph in the English. But there's good reason to believe, based on the words that are used and the style it's written in, that this is something that pre-existed St. Paul. That St. Paul is not just freehand writing this, but he's referencing something. And it looks like a hymn. Right? Again, the Orthodox Study Bible editors are probably following the New King James here and have chosen to just do this as a prose paragraph. Some other English translations will have it written in poetic form, the way they do the Psalms, where it's not in a paragraph, it's like broken down line by line with the meter. They chose not to do that. But that's recognizing that that's sort of the style it's written in. And so for that reason, that's a big reason, right? That St. Paul isn't just here writing a hymn from scratch or writing a poem, but that he's picking up something. But also that it doesn't totally correspond to St. Paul's usual sentence structure and vocabulary. It's a little different, even than the rest of the epistle to the Philippians, which also indicates that St. Paul's drawing on something else, right? That they're already familiar with. Right, that they would be familiar with. Maybe a hymn that they sang in their services, or just a hymn or poem that had circulated in the Christian communities, but that he's referring to something that already existed in these verses that are coming up. So I say all that before we get into it because, like I said, it's not, from the way it's printed here in the Orthodox Study Bible, it's not clear. You wouldn't necessarily get that impression unless it's in a footnote. Oh, they mentioned it in the footnote? Okay, good. That's okay. So beginning in verse 5, let this mind be in you which was also in Christ. Well, in Christ Jesus. So we'll pause here. So already, we've said before, when St. Paul actually uses the name Jesus, most of the time he just says Christ. So if he uses Jesus, his name in particular, that means he's talking about like Christ in the incarnation, right? He's making a specific historical reference when he uses the name Jesus. And that's true here too. Also, again, since I've already been talking about it, the word mind here is again a different word. Right? It's actually here the word phronema, which you may have heard somewhere in Orthodox stuff. Right, they put it in italics in books. And that refers to, again, mind in the sense of a way of seeing the world, a way of understanding the world, a way of interpreting things. Yeah, not brain, right? It's not saying you need to have Christ's brain, right? And obviously, Christ being God, we're not going to have God's mind transplanted, right, into our mind in that sense, right? But we need to see and understand things the way Christ saw and understood things, in the way, and particularly the way he's about to talk about. But that's what the word mind there is. It says, have this mind in you. That's not a phrase we usually use in English. Who, meaning Christ, being in the form of God, and they translated it here, did not consider it robbery to be equal with God. And they're relying on the old King James translation. So Christ is in the form of God, right? So this is very important because remember, St. Paul's epistles are the first things written in the New Testament. So for all those folks out there who want to say, I'm looking at you, Bart Ehrman, who want to say that the first Christians thought Jesus was just a man. They thought it was just a man. And then they thought, oh, well, he's kind of a special man, and then he's a spiritual man, and then he's godly man, and then eventually, like Counsel at Nicaea, they decided he was God himself, right? Like 300 years later, right? St. Paul's already kind of blown that apart. This is one of the first things. This is written in the 50s, as we said, AD. And St. Paul already clearly has the idea that before Jesus was a man, as we're about to see, because he's going to talk about him becoming man, before he was man, he was already in the form of God.
The Muslims also, they argue that Christ never claimed to be
Yeah.
equal.
They use Bart Ehrman a lot, believe it or not. Muslim apologists, will refer to people like Bart Ehrman
Bart Ehrman believes
as a...
so
Christian scholar right, who agrees with them, right, that the apostles didn't think Jesus was divine. But obviously, St. Paul, again, one of the first ones writing, thinks he is. Yes, sir.
I've always wondered about this phraseology, or this terminology. Being in the form of God seems like an odd way of saying it, probably because it comes from the hymn or something.
Right, yeah, that's right.
But what does that carry any meaning other than is?
Right, not really. Right? Morphe, which is the word here. We tend to think form is like shape, like, right? Like Wonder Twins power activate, form of water, shape of a wildebeest or whatever, right? But yeah, form in this case isn't just shape. So for example, in Greek, the transfiguration, when Christ was transfigured on Mount Tabor, the transfiguration is metamorphosis. It's the metamorphosis, the change in form, right? Well, he didn't change form. He didn't turn into something else, right? Like the Decepticon or something, right? Like he didn't change into something else, right? His divinity was revealed. So the morphe that was changed was a revelation about who he is, right? So the difference between just saying is, like, why not leave that out? Why not just say being God? Right. Right? Well, there's two things. Number one, if he said being God, that would leave open the possibility of modalism. There's one God, Jesus is him. Right? Which isn't what St. Paul is saying, right? Because he's already separated God the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ, even in this epistle in the introduction, remember? So he's not saying Christ Jesus is the same person as God. So there's that, right? And the other thing is that morphe is related to, we talked about this back in Corinthians, I know. We may have talked about it since. But the idea of how they understood a form or a body in the ancient world as being about powers and capacities, right? So he's saying he's not the same person as God the Father, right? But he has the same powers and capacities and authority, right? Which is a way of saying he's the second person of God, right? He doesn't have the language that would be developed at Nicaea later, right? But he's saying the same thing, just using different language. He doesn't have the language of hypostasis and ousia and all of that, to use, right? That's language that gets developed later, but the concept he's using here, right, is he's saying he's God, right? He's not the same person as God the Father, but he's God. He has the same power, the same capacities, the same authority, right, as the Father, right? And so then there's this weird translation that they're carrying over from the King James. And people have affection for the King James and its wording. But this did not consider it robbery to be equal with God, right? Which is what, right? What it actually says is something more like, did not consider equality with God something to be clung to, or grasped, or clutched, or seized. That's the word there. If I remember correctly, it's harpasmo, which is the same root from which we get the harpies in Greek mythology, right? The half women, half with the talons, right, who come and grab things. But so yeah, it's hard, like something to be grasped and held onto, right? So St. Paul's saying he had it, right? He just said in the first clause, right? He was in the form of God. So he had this equality with God in terms of his powers and capacities and these things, right? Even though he's another person, right? A second person. But he didn't consider that to be something he needed to cling to and hold on to. So remember, St. Paul's talking about why you shouldn't, the vain conceit, right? And the selfish ambition, right? This is the opposite of that, right? Because Christ had more, right? Maximum, right? Complete power and authority and everything as God, right? But rather than clinging to that, in verse 7, but made himself of no reputation, taking the form of a bondservant, coming in the likeness of men. So, making himself of no reputation. The idea there, it literally says emptying himself. This is the kenosis that you hear talked about once in a while. Now, there are people who go crazy with this. I know this won't be germane to probably any of the people in this room. You might know what I'm talking about, you might not. But there will probably be people listening to this someday who will know what I'm talking about. So nobody here may know what Bethel is, or you may. the Bethel, like the church.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Churches, really. Yeah. The campuses, yeah. So they, and a lot of other people out there in the wild world of American Protestant evangelical Christianity, have what they call a kenosis theology related to this, where they believe that when Christ was, they not just believe that, they think St. Paul is saying here that when Christ became man, he emptied himself in the sense that he stopped being God to some degree, right? Like he sort of divested himself of his godhood or God powers or something, right? And was sort of changed into a human. This is sort of obvious heresy, right? I don't need to point that out. Even most of our Protestant friends would agree with me that that's heresy, right? Except for Bethel. So that's not what St. Paul means by emptying himself, right? Because what is changing? What does St. Paul say is changing? We got a context, right? What's changing is his position, right? His position. Not him. Not who he is, but his position. He did not maintain that position at the side of the Father, that position of authority, that position of power. So this is like if the king abdicates, he doesn't become a different person, right? He doesn't suddenly lose the ability to walk, right? He doesn't go blind. He doesn't lose any of his capacities of who he is. He just leaves the position he was holding, right? As we're going to see by the end of this, it's a temporary thing, right? So this is talking about a change of place, a change of position, right? Not a change of who Christ is. So Christ is still God, right? He is still equal to God, but positionally, right? He empties himself, he divests himself of that position, takes on the form, this is morphe again, right?
Likeness is more.
No, form. When he says the form of a bondservant, right? The morphe of a slave, right? It's that same idea again, right? Position, right? But notice it says taken on. So something's been added. Not something subtracted, something added. He now has also taken on the powers, potentialities, all those things of a slave, which doesn't sound like a lot of powers and potentialities, but that's sort of the point, right? That's sort of the point, right? So the closest analogy would be the king abdicates the throne and gets a job at McDonald's, right? Gets a job as a migrant farm worker, right? Some other job that's looked at as lowly. Gets a job cleaning toilets, right? Again, he hasn't become a different person. He's just taken on a set of very humble and even demeaning, responsibilities. And that's coming in the likeness of men. That's about appearance.
Yeah.
The word likeness there. Yeah.
I was concerned that leaves a door open to the idea that he wasn't really a man, he just looked like one.
Right. And we'll get that in the next verse.
Oh, okay.
That's...
Yeah, being an appearance.
Yes. Right. And so, verse 8, being found in appearance as a man. Okay, we'll just pause there to address it directly. So while we're talking about heresies, this is the super heretical part of the original Living Bible. If you get an original print of the Living Bible, not the New Living Translation or any of that stuff, but the old Living Bible paraphrase, right? It says here, being in the disguise of a man.
Oh.
So, yeah, that's bad. Right? So, yeah, that's right. So it's not that Jesus disguised himself. It's not the king goes and disguises himself as a peasant. Right, you've got those stories all over the place in the ancient world. Yeah, well, yeah, and Leonidas, and yeah, all kinds of people do that, right? And go out amongst the men or whatever.
Angels do that.
Yeah. So it's not disguise, right? So this is poetic variation. Okay, right? Because this is a poem. When you're writing a poem, you don't use the same word over and over again. Right? This is even true in English poetry. Right? So if you were writing this, even in the translation, right? We've got form, likeness, appearance, right? If they just kept saying form, right? That would be grating, right? If you just did that, the same word over and over and over again, right? So we're getting at the same thing here. Right, we're getting at the same idea here, right, in terms of him being a man, right? So this is talking about Christ's human nature, right? Because this is our understanding of who Christ is. St. Paul's got it right here, right? That he has this set of powers and authority. He takes on this other, much lower, much weaker, right, set of powers and things that constitute our humanity. Our human nature, right? And they're joined to him, right? So that Christ is one person, still the same person, one person, two natures. That's the language, again, that developed later from the councils. But it's the same idea here. Okay? So when it says being found, right, as a man, it's not just saying he looked like it, because what's about to happen? Spoilers for the rest of the verse. He's about to die, right? So if he was just disguised as a man, he couldn't die, could he? A disguise doesn't make you... I could dress up as Superman, I won't be able to fly. I know I've tried. I was 8. But...
Hey, if he disguised himself as a man, that would fit like what the Muslims think of the crucifixion.
Sort of the opposite. They think he was just a man. Yeah, so since he's about to die, right, this can't be disguise. This has to carry with it, what? Human powers and potentialities, one of which is the ability to die. The ability to, we're talking about him suffering. The ability to suffer. As God, he can't suffer. So the form is something concrete. It's what we call human nature now in our language. But that's what St. Paul is getting at here with morphe and with the other synonyms. Or that the hymn is that St. Paul is quoting, I should say. So being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even the death of the cross. Okay? So we have this change of position that allows for obedience. And we find this all through, like St. John's Gospel. Jesus, in his life on earth, says, I do the will of the Father. I speak the words that the Father gives me to speak. I do, right? That's that obedience, right? Because that relationship has changed because of his change of place in humbling himself. And remember what we're aiming at here, right? St. Paul is using this to illustrate what he was telling them to do. The reason I keep coming back to that is one of the things I've been hitting on all through us reading St. Paul's epistles is that St. Paul is not writing theological treatises. This is not a theological treatise on Christology or the Holy Trinity or any of that. He's trying to tell them how to behave in the church, right? And he's using Christ and who Christ is and what he's done as the example of how we should be. And what Christ did in the incarnation is the exact opposite of conceit, ambition, right? All of those things. Right? And so he humbles himself even to death, even the death of the cross. And why is that? Because, of course, this is the most painful and humiliating death that Romans could come up with. And they were pretty good at coming up with ways to torture and kill people. So this was bad, right? People hanging there naked, often for days, right? Cursed according to the Torah. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. So it's not just that he was willing to die, but he was willing to die in this horrible and humiliating way. Why? For the benefit of others, right? Which is exactly what St. Paul was saying we need to be pursuing. Verse 9, therefore God also has highly exalted him and given him the name which is above every name, and at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, of those in heaven and of those on earth and of those under the earth, and that every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Okay? So Christ is exalted back to that position which he had before, as he himself calls it in St. John's Gospel. The reason I keep going back to St. John's Gospel, again, to show my cards, is our friends like Bart Ehrman want to do this contrast between, well, here's the early books of the New Testament, and then here's the later books of the New Testament. And yeah, when you get to St. John, he thinks Jesus was God, right? But then these early books, they just thought he was a man, right? Well, St. John's works are the last ones written. St. Paul's are the first ones written. So if we keep seeing that they say the exact same thing, that kind of shoots his whole theory, right? That the apostles are actually all on the same page on this, right? So he's talking the same way St. John does. When St. John says that Jesus said, before his death, he says to his Father, exalt me again to the glory I held with you before the foundation of the world, right? So it's the same thing, right? That St. Paul says here. God has highly exalted him and given him the name which is above every name. Now, this isn't saying God gave him a different name, right? So this isn't talking about, again, Jesus becoming God, right? Because he already was, right? He already was. Now he is again. It says he gave him the name that is above every name. The very next verse says what? That at the name of Jesus,
Yeah.
right? So what this is saying is that the name Jesus, right? The name Jesus becomes the name at which every knee bows every time. What was it before?
Just a human name.
Well, that's what Jesus was before, but what name was that before?
Yeshua.
Yahweh in the Old Testament. Right? Yahweh is the name by which God is known to his people. Right? What St. Paul is saying here, or what the hymn is saying, right? Depending on where the hymn ends, that's not totally clear either. And where St. Paul begins again. But what this is saying is that now that name is Jesus. Right? Now that name is Jesus. Right? Because Yahweh was never a given name. Right? It was a descriptive name. Right? It was a descriptive name. Yahweh, I may not have covered this in the Bible study in a while, so I'll say it again. Yahweh is in the particular way it's conjugated in Hebrew. Hebrew verbs work totally different than English verbs, so I won't go too much into that. But the way it's conjugated is causal. It's from the verb to be, but it's causal. So it means something roughly like he who causes things to be. So it's talking about him as the creator. Right? And there are places all through the prophets, Ezekiel does this a lot. Then you will know that I am Yahweh. Right? It's like, well, they've known your name for a long time. Like, what is... right? But it's what it means, right? Then you will know I am the one who causes things to be. I'm the one who takes things that are not and causes them to be. Right? And for example, what example where Ezekiel uses that is the dry bones passage. Right? After I've called out to your dead dry bones and made them live again, right? And breathe the breath of life, then you will know that I am Yahweh when I give life. I have death. Yes, sir.
I thought Yahweh I am who causes myself.
No.
I am.
Yeah. Yeah. So that, he doesn't actually say Yahweh there in that passage. That I am passage is ahya, ahya, which is a different conjugation of the verb to be. Yahweh is third person singular. Ahya is first person singular. I am.
So Yahweh is not first person.
Yes, Yahweh is not first person. When Moses asks him for his name, he says, Ahya, right? I am that I am. He says, you will tell them Yahweh sent you. Right? He doesn't say you'll tell them I am has sent you. He says you'll tell them that. Yeah. Yeah, that ruins a lot of people's tattoos. I know. Including Hulk Hogan's, weirdly. But yeah, that's a misnomer that Yahweh means I am. It's actually he. And that's how we, because it's not a given name, right? We treat it as a title, right? And so, for example, we have this Bible study right after Vespers for people listening later. Right at the end of Vespers, I said Yahweh. At the end of the dismissal, it gets translated into English in different ways. We use Christ our God, the existing one. That the existing one, oon, in Greek is he who is, or the participle, it's a participle, can carry that causal sense too. So that's the name Yahweh just in Greek. That's why that's what's put in the nimbus around Christ in icons. It has those three letters, oon. That's the name Yahweh. Yeah, so that it's this title, it's this descriptor. So that's the name that's given to the people of Israel to serve, right, in the Old Testament. So what St. Paul is saying, or the hymn, right, that he's agreeing with, is that now Jesus is that name. Right? That's the mark of Christ's re-exaltation, is that the name Jesus is now the name of God. Right? Which before the incarnation it wasn't. Strictly speaking, right? He wasn't Jesus yet. He existed, as St. Paul said, but right, the name Jesus comes when he's born, and Joseph names him in obedience to the angel who told him to name him Jesus. Right? And so that name becomes the name at which every knee shall bow. Notice it's in the heavens, on the earth, under the earth. That's the underworld. That's not minors. That's the underworld. Which includes like the devil, right? When it says every knee, it means every knee, and everyone is going to have to confess ultimately that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Right? Why does he add that? To make it clear, it's not like in Greek mythology where one god like beats another god and takes over. Right? It's not like it was this other god and now Jesus is on top. Right? Right. The Son doesn't overthrow the Father. That's not at all what he said. Right? So it's that Christ has returned to that previous glory, but now as is Jesus. Right? Now is also human. Also has our shared human nature. Right? And since I've been picking on our poor evangelical Protestant friends, I'll do it one little bit more, in the sense that it says, every knee will bow, every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. There was for a while, and it's probably still around somewhere, this idea that like you could get saved and be born again, and that means, well, now Jesus is your Savior. They say, but is he your Lord? Right? Like this was like another step. Right? There's a sequel, the Birdie book, to the Four Spiritual Laws back in the day from Campus Crusade that had this stuff in it, right? Where you get saved, but now you're like a carnal Christian, right? And where Jesus is in your life, but he's not on the throne of your life. he's not your Lord yet. So you got to get things in order and make him.
I have heard this belief.
And make it.
It's not exactly how they put
There's
it.
variations of it.
It was a variation.
There's variations of that, right? Yeah, I'm specifically referring to the Birdie book, but there's all kinds of variations of it,
It was
right?
a variation.
The idea that this is some other step, there's some other thing where you accept Jesus as your Lord.
In fact, I might have even heard something like that in Kyle.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
It's hard to nail that stuff down sometimes.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So, Jesus is everyone's Lord. He's Satan's Lord. Right? You can admit it or not. Right? But when the New Testament confesses that Jesus is Lord, that's because Matthew 28, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given to him. He's the Lord of all creation. Right? King of kings, Lord of lords, all that. Right? So you don't get to choose. You don't elect him as your Lord, right? Like you don't get to pick him. He is. Right? It's sort of like if you're born in a kingdom and there's a king, you don't get to choose who your king is, right? It's not a democracy. He's your king.
But for the case of Calvin,
Yeah.
he chooses his.
Yeah. You could, right? So you could hate the king. You could rebel against the king, right? If you rebel against the king, that's not going to turn out so good for you, right? That's you're going to suffer the consequence. But he's the king, right? So Christ is the Lord. And everyone has to acknowledge that, whether you're a demon in the pit of hell, whether you're an angel in heaven, whether you're somebody on earth, right? He's your Lord. He's the Lord of everybody, Lord of the living and the dead, right? So yeah, just to take one last little extra cheap shot while I'm at it. Yes, sir.
Elohim,
Yeah.
that name.
That's not really a name. That's just the word God or gods.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Those weird singular plurals in Hebrew.
Yeah.
Okay. So Elohim doesn't always necessarily mean Yahweh.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. The word Elohim is used for all kinds of things in the Old Testament. It's used for the spirits of dead people
Oh,
in the Old Testament. It's used for what we would call demons. It's used for angels. It's used for...
Spiritual being.
It just means a spiritual being. Elohim basically just means a spiritual being in Hebrew,
oh,
of which God is one.
okay. Yeah.
Right? God is a spiritual being. Right? But it can
I'm
mean...
guessing Eli is a form of this.
Well, it depends. El... Yeah, see, this is where it gets complex. El just means God. There's also a Canaanite god named El, right? And then that also is sometimes pluralized, not as Elohim. It's pluralized in other ways, like Elim shows up sometimes as a plural. Eli is usually a possessive. It means my God. So like Elijah's name, Eliyah, or Eliyahu means my God is Yahweh. Last part's an abbreviation. So yeah.
I was just thinking of with Christ at the cross. Oh my God, why have you?
Oh, well that's Aramaic.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's spelled like Eloi.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that is a possessive. It's my God. Yeah. Yeah, but that's the Aramaic possessive. Yeah. That's okay. That's why it's OI instead of just LE, like ELI. Okay, so verse 12. Therefore, my beloved, we get another therefore, right? So he says, tells him what he wants, gives him the example of Christ.
Are we leading the hymns?
We are, yes. Yes, that was the end of the hymnic section. Therefore, my beloved, as you have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. Okay. So he says, as you've always done. So he's not saying, hey, here's some new instructions. Right? As you've been doing. He says, you did this while I was there. You've been doing it even more so since I've been gone. Right? So this isn't a correction. This is a keep up the good work. Right? Continue to work out your salvation with fear and trembling.
Paul is teaching works-based salvation.
Yeah, exactly. So St. Paul's teaching works righteousness.
Luther hated this.
And we need to all stop worrying and learn to love works righteousness. Right? That will be my only Stanley Kubrick reference for the evening. And none of you probably even got it. But anyway. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not done picking on our Protestant friends. Right. So we have some basic problems for certain theological perspectives here. Like, work out your own salvation. That's what it said. Like, this isn't an ambiguous passage. This is, like, there's not 15 other ways to translate this. You could go, and now that we have the interwebs, you could go to Bible Hub or Bible Gateway or something and look up this verse in 20 different translations. There's almost no difference, right? It's just very clear, right, what this says. So, salvation, St. Paul is very clearly saying here, salvation is something that is worked out continually and worked out by the person whose salvation it is. Work out your own salvation. Okay? So let's take each of those pieces. Right? So that means salvation for St. Paul, at least in this context, can't be a one-time event that's in the past. Right? It just can't be. Because then the sentence makes no sense. Okay? It has to involve work. Right? Ergos. Right? Work. Something you do. Right? It's the same root as energeia. Right? You're doing something. So it can't be passive. You've got to continue, right? So that means it's something that happens over time. Work means it's not something done to you over time, but at the very least, you're doing something, right? You're not passive, okay? You got to work. And you've got to work out your own salvation, right? So you're doing something about your own salvation. Right? So does that say continue to work on each other's salvation? Does that say continue to work toward the salvation of the world, like he means preach the gospel, right? This is something you're doing regarding your own salvation over time. You have to do something. Okay?
What's the word he's using for salvation and...
It's just soterios. It's the word that's used everywhere for salvation.
Okay, well I guess I'm asking... What that word has become loaded with so much Protestant meaning in my life.
Right.
I want to know what it really means when St. Paul uses it.
Right. Well, what's our context? What did we just read? We just read about Christ's humility, his death, and his glorification.
Right.
So that's what it means.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what it means. It means following Christ down this path that leads through the cross to glorification in heaven.
Becoming like what you were.
Okay.
Right?
That is utterly different from the concepts that I...
Were you thinking of having your sins forgiven?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And not going to hell.
well, this isn't totally foreign from going to heaven.
Well, no. It's
Right,
not.
right. Going to heaven is a watered down version of this. Right? Going to heaven when you die is a watered down version of this, right? It's saying more than that. But not totally disparate from that, right? But again, that means that it's not just a question of believe once, don't do anything too bad, maybe, or maybe there's nothing you can do. Die, go to heaven. Because what St. Paul was telling them to do something in particular, right? Again, context, right? So what he's telling them to do is what Christ did, right? Show humility. Take care of your own responsibilities and the responsibilities of others. Esteem others better than yourself. Everything he said in chapter 1 about how we receive the things that happen in our life. So by doing these things that St. Paul is telling us to do, we're working out our salvation. We're following Christ actively, right? Like walking actively, not being drugged, right? Well, we're a corpse laying on the ground, right? Like
The force against her will.
we're walking, we're doing it, right? And by doing that, by following Christ, you get to the goal. And we have to continue to do that. If we don't continue to do that, then we won't get to the goal. I know I'm saying this in a very pedantic way, okay? But this is just so clearly what St. Paul is saying here. And there are plenty of churches just in this town where if I said this, they'd call me a heretic, tell me I'm teaching works righteousness and denying the gospel and everything else, right? Among our Protestant friends, but it's so clearly what St. Paul's saying here. So absolutely clear. Now, we've talked before, we talked in Galatians, we talked in Romans, that St. Paul doesn't say anywhere anything bad about us working and being active. That he talks about the works of the law, right? He talks about a particular kind of works that aren't of any value, right? We talked about why. I'm not going to go into all that again. That's Galatians, right? But he's being totally consistent here, right? When he talks about our salvation is something that we continue to work out throughout this life, right? Just as he was talking about in chapter 1, right? To live is Christ, to die is gain, all of that, right? That he's continuing to work out, and that these things, because of these even these horrible things that happen to him, because of how he receives them, they're working toward his salvation and toward bringing it to completion based on how he receives them.
So I know there's a prayer in my prayer book, evening prayer, saying that save me by faith, for you say by my works, so you find out what should justify me. How does this tie in with
Right.
that?
Because did anything I just say there indicate that St. Paul was saying we earn our salvation
No.
by doing good stuff?
Out your stuff.
Yeah. Right? So that's not the same thing, right? There aren't just two options. It's not just Coke or Pepsi, right? It's not either you earn your salvation or you do absolutely nothing, right? St. Paul is teaching neither of those. So yes, that's what that's referring to. We do not, or it's not. I'm not glorified because I'm such a great person. I'm just a great guy, and so I deserve, to be glorified by God. Right? That's not it. But I'm also not passive. Now this is the important second part, verse 13. For it is God who works in you, both to will and to do for his good pleasure. So it's the same verb, that work. And that for is because. We continue to work out our salvation because God is working in us. Right? Because means God's action comes first. His work comes first. And then we participate in it. So you've got erga and erga. Right? God's erga, our erga. What do you get if you put those together? Synergia. Right? Synergy. This is why you'll see in Orthodox books talking about synergism. Right? This is what this is talking about. God's working in us, and we're working out our own salvation. Cooperation is the Latin version, right? Opera is works, co, together, right? So that's what St. Paul's talking about here, right? So he's neither saying, keep working hard and try and earn your way to heaven. He's also not saying, look, you got saved, right? When you believed, God did the whole thing, and now when you die, you're going to go to heaven. Obviously, Christ was incarnate, lived, died, rose again a couple thousand years before I was born. Right? So I didn't earn that. Right? That happened way before I was born. St. Paul just went through it. Christ already did it. Right? And so it's because of that that I now work to follow him on this path to do these things. It's God who's empowering me by working within me to follow that path, right? That ultimately ends in glory and glorification. So Theosis, when we talk about the Orthodox Church, deification is not me transforming myself into the image of God, right? But it's also not God transforming me into his image while I sit there like a lump. As much as I might like that most days, because I like sitting like a lump. It's fun. Doing nothing is great. But that's not how it works, right? So I'm working to follow Christ, to draw closer to Christ. I'm repenting of my sins. I'm trying to humble myself, which is part of repenting of my sins. I'm working to fulfill the responsibilities that God has given me, to use the gifts he's given me, to help others, right? In addition, I'm doing all those things to work out my salvation. But the reason I'm able to do them, I'm empowered to do, is that God is already working in me.
Sort of goes back to the we're instruments through which God works.
Right. Right. And being the instrument of God's works in the world changes us and transforms us.
That's one of the things I like to tell my Protestant parents why we venerate the saints. It's because they are the instruments through which God has worked.
Right. And continues to work.
It continues to work.
Yeah, through their prayers. Yeah.
And they are changed because of it.
Yeah.
And we think we are giving God more glory because we're venerating the saints.
And speaking of saints, to give credit where credit is due, I'm not the first one to bash on our poor Protestant friends, who I keep bashing, using Philippians 2:12 and 13. St. John Cassian bashed St. Augustine with it in the 5th century. So that's in conference number 10. So I'm cribbing from St. John Cassian, who's a good person to crib from.
By bashing St. Augustine in that passage, he's also in turn bashing Protestants.
By extension, bashing later Augustinians, yes.
The entire West.
Bash probably isn't the best word. Correcting.
Correct, yeah.
Out of love and respect, yes. Correcting. When I do it, it's probably more like bashing, because I'm a rotten sinner. But when St. John Cassian does it, he's correcting with charity. So verse 14. Do all things without complaining and disputing. This is one of the harder commandments for people to keep. In churches especially, in church communities. Complaining and disputing is sort of what we're all about.
I thought complaining is a human right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Free speech. I have the right to complain.
I searched for
And and then disputing, arguing about things. I mean, come on.
really good together.
If we're not going to complain and dispute, why have a parish council? Am I right? But St. Paul says no. And remember, he's still building on what he said, right? I mean, if you think about two words that do not describe Christ, complaining and disputing would not be words that describe him, right?
He gets disputed, though.
Oh, people tried to dispute with him, and he generally turned it around on them, and we get a lot of they went away sad. They no longer asked him any more questions, right? Those kind of things.
They plotted to kill him.
Yeah, that too. Verse 15, that you may become blameless and harmless. That's interesting, right? Notice how he ties those two together. Blameless and harmless. So it's not just keeping ourselves sort of morally pure by keeping ourselves away from everybody else, but also harmless in the sense that we aren't harming anyone else.
I just realized, we think of harmless as a derogatory thing, but the word itself implies only good stuff.
Yeah, because we're all about selfish ambition and vain conceit, right? The last thing you want to be is harmless.
Right.
The last thing, I had a back in my undergrad, I had a New Testament professor who said once he was in some kind of situation where they were talking, and he was there with his wife, and they went around the circle and said, use one word to describe your spouse and what you really love about your spouse. And when they came around to her, she said, oh, he's so gentle. And he was like, what? Right? Like, I'm rugged, manly, strong, Gentle? That makes you sound like a wuss, right? Like, I'm not a wimp, right? But yeah, harmless is the same kind of thing. Yeah. If you call it, oh, that guy's harmless, that's like ignore him.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Whereas St. Paul's saying, no, you by not complaining and disputing everything, you don't go around causing a bunch of damage and upsetting people and right? Unnecessarily and doing all this. Children of God without fault in the midst of a crooked and perverse generation, among whom you shine as lights in the world. Okay.
Generation here refers to people.
Yes. Yeah, generation is not
An age group.
like a 40-year period. Yeah. It's not like you're the best of the boomers, right? Or something. Or I'm the worst of Gen X, right? Whatever you want. Right? It's generation like people group, yenos, right? Like among your people, right? Meaning the larger people group, right? So you're there in Philippi, there's the Christian community, there's the rest of your yenos, right? That's out there. This is reflecting your relationship with them, right? This is important, though. This is how St. Paul sees the correct relationship of the Philippians, again, to the surrounding world. Notice he doesn't say defiant. He doesn't say you stand up and condemn your yenos. He says it's wicked and corrupt. Why aren't I up there denouncing them and calling out all their wickedness and corruption? Right? Yeah, pointing out, right? Well, that would be the exact opposite of what he said to be doing, right? Which is find the good things in other people and encourage and build on that.
That would be complaining.
Right? Right. He wants, the way he sees it, the people, the surrounding community of Philippi, in which this Christian community is of the church, the Philippian church, should look at them and see them as what? Blameless, harmless, without fault, light. That's what they should look and see. Not, wow, these guys are smart. They totally tore me apart in that internet argument. Right? Not these guys are holier than thou. Not these guys have good political opinions. Right? They should see how they live. Right? How they treat one another. Their kindness, the way they build each other up. They should see a difference between that and the way they live, which is the selfish ambition and vain conceit, everybody trying to get ahead of everybody else at everybody else's expense, putting other people down, complaining, disputing, etc., etc., etc. They should look at the Christian community and see something totally different that will attract them, right? It's not about winning against them, it's about winning them over. They're not the enemy who I have to defeat and prove wrong and condemn. Right? They're the potential enemy who I have to turn into a friend. Because they're also a potential friend, right? Who we want to win over the cause of Christ. The goal is for that whole yenos to stop being wicked and corrupt and to become part of the Christian community. For the Christian community to expand and encompass the whole. And that doesn't happen through war. Whether it's the war of ideas or physical battle or political power and suppression, right? That's not how Jesus did it, as we just saw. And Jesus could have done it that way. He says so in the Gospels. He could call legions of angels. He could have just walked into Rome and overthrown Caesar.
Isn't that what the Jews wanted?
Some of them wanted that, yes. Yeah, some of them wanted that, right?
That would make the New Testament really exciting.
Yeah, he could have, right?
Roman Emperor.
He could have. But remember, St. Paul's whole point is we need to do it the way Jesus is doing it, right? And the way Jesus is doing it was not that way, right? And so the community as a whole needs to relate not just to each other. Up until this, he's been talking about how members of the community relate to each other. Now he's talking about how the community as a whole relates to the larger surrounding non-Christian community. And they need to act like Christ there too, right? Because Christ, remember, that even that language of a wicked and perverse generation, how often did Christ use that language during his ministry to describe the people around him? And Jesus wasn't there to condemn them. The exact opposite. John 3:17. He wasn't there to defeat them or destroy them, but he lived his life in their midst in a very different way. And then even went to his death for their sakes. And that's what St. Paul is calling the community in Philippi, and by extension, because this is in the New Testament, so it's not just them, it's written to them, but for us, how he wants us to relate to our own wicked and corrupt and perverse generation. Even that shining as lights in the world, right? You are the light of the world. No one lights a lamp, right? So he's, again, using the same language that Christ used himself. Holding fast the word of life, so that I may rejoice in the day of Christ, that I have not run in vain or labored in vain. So you don't do that by letting go of the word of life, right? So you don't do that by letting go of your standard. You can hold to very high standards of conduct and behavior for yourself and for your community without judging those outside the community by those same standards and condemning them, right? Where does St. Paul get this understanding? The Torah. Torah was given to Israel. It wasn't given to the other nations. And there's nothing in it that says, you need to go defeat the Assyrians and force them to stop eating pork. Force them to follow the commandments. Just the opposite. They were to follow the commandments. And by doing that, to be a light to the nations, so that they would want to come and worship Israel's God. And then when they came and did that, then they would come and follow the commandments voluntarily, because they become part of Israel. And St. Paul's applying that same idea here to the Christian church, right? We don't shine as a light by getting rid of those standards. We do it by following them ourselves and not by judging them by them. As St. Paul said in 1 Corinthians that we read, right? He said, don't have anything to do with people who do these various sins, right? And St. Paul says, I don't mean the ones out in the world, right? Because then you'd have to leave the world, because out there they do all those things. He says, I mean people in the church who do these things, people in the community who do these things need to be put out of the community. Same thing. Right? He says, I'm not here to judge the world. Right? Christ will do that one day. Right? So that's what St. Paul is pointing to here. We hold on to these things. We keep these standards just as high. Even though none of us meet them, they're still our standards. So I've said sometimes it's good to be a hypocrite. Being a hypocrite's underrated. Somebody calls you a hypocrite, why? Because you say this is the standard and then you yourself don't meet it. Well, what's the alternative? Lowering my standards so that I can meet them, right? Lowering my bar so I can walk over it. That's not a very moral person, right? That's just taking all the stuff I do and saying, okay, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, right? That's not morality at all, right? That's not even close, right? So being a hypocrite is underrated. When Christ called the Pharisees hypocrites, he wasn't saying they should just get rid of, right? Forget about the commandments, right? That wasn't the problem. The problem was that they weren't keep working to actually not be hypocrites, to actually follow them, right? That was the problem. That's why he said to his disciples, do what the Pharisees say, don't do what they do, because they're hypocrites, right? Don't emulate their actual behavior, but that standard they're holding out, listen to and hold yourself to it. But don't just imitate how they act. That's not the standard, right? This is the standard. So we don't abandon our standards so that the world will look at us positively. We hold them, but we hold them to ourselves and live them out so that they see it and are attracted to it. And then when they come into the community, then they will also share our way of life voluntarily, right, when they enter. And he wants this so that so that St. Paul will rejoice in the day of Christ. We already commented on this phrase he uses in Philippians, the day of Christ, which is important because the day of the Lord, was in the Old Testament the day of Yahweh. So he calls the day of Yahweh the day of Christ. Once again, he's saying something that we've already seen threaded through tonight earlier. But in the day of Christ, he'll rejoice. On the day when everyone stands before the judgment seat of Christ, St. Paul will be able to rejoice that he hasn't run in vain or labored in vain. Why? Because St. Paul is running and laboring for their salvation, right? To help them continue to work this out. So if the day comes, or when the day comes, that everyone stands before Christ, if the Philippians hear, "Well done, my good and faithful servant," then St. Paul will know all that I went through, being shipwrecked, beaten, flogged, stoned, right, thrown in prison, all of that was not for nothing, right? It was not for nothing. So time-wise, even though we're not at the end of a chapter, I think this is a good place to break. We covered some important passages, probably the most important passages in Philippians we covered all at once tonight. So we'll pick up here in the middle of chapter 2 and come back next time. So thank you, everybody. So we'll go ahead and get started. When we get started in just a moment, we'll be picking up in St. Paul's Epistle to the Philippians, chapter 2, verse 17, where we left off last time. And to do a little bit of catch-up, last time we talked about the roughly the first half of chapter 2, which, as we talked about, is one of the most important passages in the New Testament. And I'm not just saying that to the folks who weren't here last time to be mean. It just happens to be the case. But it'll all be online eventually. The main reason that was important is that it was a place where St. Paul was recording was probably a pre-existing hymn or other creedal piece talking about the incarnation of Christ. And we showed how there St. Paul affirmed as the earliest writer of the New Testament Christ's pre-existence before his incarnation as God, his incarnation, his exaltation, and his status as the second person of the Trinity, which makes it very important. St. Paul, of course, as we've talked about before, his epistles are not theological treatises. He's not just like, here, let me give you some cool theology about the incarnation or about the Holy Trinity, but he was using that and this theology that, in his mind, they had already accepted, that was already part of their faith and their worship in Philippi. He was using that to argue actually a very practical point to them about humility and about not exalting themselves above other people, not considering themselves better than other people, but serving each other, working together in humility to help and serve each other within the community. And he was using Christ and his humility, obviously as the much larger case, being God, and in the incarnation and going to his death for our sakes, to argue that every Christian in the community in Philippi should have that same mind, as he said, should look at things in the same way and be willing to sacrificially give to others in the community and support one another as they meet their responsibilities together. So that was what we immediately just talked about. In general, again, and because this will be probably, depending on how far we get this evening, this will probably become important again. We talked about how the church in Philippi, in the Roman province of Macedonia, this is one of the first cities St. Paul went to when he began sort of what we've called the second phase of his ministry in the Acts of the Apostles. The earlier phase, he was going to cities that had large Jewish populations, large Judean communities there, going to the synagogues and preaching there, and then going beyond the synagogues to reach out to pagans and other people. when he gets to Philippi and then into Macedonia, he's dealing with cities that have very small or negligible Jewish communities and synagogues, and he's sort of going directly to straight out Gentile pagans, right, and preaching the gospel to them. So Philippi is a city where the Christian community may have had some Jewish Christian members, but that would be a small percentage of the community, as opposed to some of the other communities we've seen St. Paul write to, where there was sort of this core of Jewish Christians and then also former pagans. And in some cases, St. Paul was writing to sort of deal with those issues of them, how they related to each other. But in Philippi, these are former pagans almost entirely that he's writing to. We talked about how Philippi was a very Roman city, to the point that most of the inscriptions are in Latin instead of Greek, which is unusual for that part of the world in the Roman Empire at this time, but that most of the citizens of Philippi were Roman citizens because they were military veterans who, after they had completed their term of service, were given a land grant, and they were given it here, right, in Philippi. And so these aren't just sort of ethnic Greek pagans, these are Roman pagans. These are Roman citizens with a very Roman self-concept if they're using Latin, as much as they were. And finally, by way of review, we talked about how the tenor, and we've already seen this in the first chapter and a half, that the tenor of this letter to the Philippians is a little different than some of the other epistles of St. Paul we've read, where he was directly writing to address problems. Sometimes one main problem, like in Romans, where he was dealing with the separation between the Jewish and formerly pagan members of the community. Sometimes in the case of Corinth, lots and lots of different problems that were going on within the community on a long-term basis. The churches in Galatia we saw were dealing with sort of interlopers coming into the community, preaching and teaching something else other than what St. Paul had taught. They're going to rear their ugly head probably later tonight, again in this letter. But that St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians in general is very positive, right? That he's not really dealing with problems. In fact, he's been talking over and over again about how he rejoices over them. And he's just sort of been encouraging them to press on, right? To continue, press forward through hardships, through difficulties that come, right? To sort of, they're on the right track, stay on the right track, right? Keep making progress, keep going forward. And so it's been more encouraging in that way than just like, okay, now let me deal with those of you who are going to pagan temples still. Okay, now let me deal with the sexual immorality. Now that we've seen in some of the other epistles. This is much more positive and enthusiastic. And this is the kind of letter, as we said, that St. Paul kept telling them in Corinth he wishes he could write them, right? This is the kind of letter he wanted to write to them, but because of the problems, wasn't able to. And so lastly, because of where we're about to pick up, remember that St. Paul is writing this letter from prison, most likely prison in Ephesus, and we talked about why back in the introduction, as opposed to the several other places where St. Paul was imprisoned over the course of his life. But that he's writing this from prison, and he's already referred to that directly, to his chains and being imprisoned and the troubles and the struggles he's going through at the time, and that's exactly where he's going to pick up here in verse 17. So unless anybody has any questions or comments or accusations or insults or anything else they'd like to vocalize, we'll go ahead and get started in St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians, chapter 2, verse 17. Yes, and if I am being poured out as a drink offering on the sacrifice and service of your faith, I am glad and rejoice with you all. And you notice something interesting in that verse?
Yeah, there's italics, meaning it's not there.
Yeah, the words drink offering are in italics, meaning they just added those two words. Now there's a reason why they added those words, and so I'm not about to say they shouldn't be there, but we need to be aware that there's an interpretation going on there. So what it literally says is, if he's being poured out, right, as a drink offering, is it there? So if I am being poured out on the sacrifice and service of your faith, I am glad and rejoice with you all. Okay. So St. Paul is comparing himself in this to part of a sacrificial ritual. So he's saying that their faithfulness and their service to God, right, what they're doing is offering a sacrifice to God. Okay, we've talked about how sacrifices aren't about killing things, right? Sacrifices are about eating things. Sacrifices are meals, right? And so you're sharing a meal with God. You're offering God hospitality after a fashion. And so the idea is that their faithfulness and their service and the way they live and exist as a community is this kind of offering that's pleasing to God, right? That makes him happy, right? That's what propitiation actually means, to render someone propitious, to please them, to make them happy. So St. Paul says, this is what you're doing. You're offering this to God, right? All of these good things that you're doing, these things I'm encouraging you to do. It isn't just, in the sense of pagan morals, right? This is what it means to be a good person. You should be a good person, not a bad person, right? He's not just giving them like a moral lecture, but these things he's calling them to do represent this offering and this sacrifice to God that is pleasing to him. And so then he's part of the process, right? Now, if you're sacrificing an animal, as we've said, obviously you got to kill it before you can eat it, right? At least with Jewish sacrifices. I know there's some pagan sacrifices where that's not necessarily true, but with Jewish sacrifices and the kind of sacrifices St. Paul is referring to, and most pagan sacrifices, you've got to kill it. But there are a lot of sacrifices where you're not killing anything. Where you're sacrificing cakes. This includes in the Old Testament, wheat cakes, including for sin offerings, wheat cakes in particular, and then local grains, cakes made from the local grain were very commonly, they were burned, the ones that were being offered to the god, the same way the parts of the animal would be if it was, they'd been killed, and then others were eaten, the same way parts of the animal would be eaten by the priests and by the people. But so particularly if you weren't sacrificing an animal, though this was also done sometimes with animal sacrifices, it was always done with sacrifices of cakes and meal, right? What's sometimes called in English translation grain offerings in the Old Testament, is that oil and or wine were poured out over the top of them, right? So St. Paul here is comparing himself when he says he's being poured out on their sacrifice, right? That sort of what St. Paul is doing is in his prayers and in his sufferings and in his teaching them, in all of his work and ministering to them, he's sort of that extra, right, fragrant sort of seasoning to the offering that they're offering. So St. Paul is here demonstrating, at least verbally, the humility he was just talking about, right? He doesn't say, well, Christ offered himself as a sacrifice, and look, I'm offering myself as a sacrifice, right? He says, no, you're offering this sacrifice to God, and I'm coming in and I'm seasoning it, right? I'm adding my little bit, right, in ministering to you and trying to help you with your offering. So he's putting himself into that serving role, right? And them and elevating them to the ones who are acting and offering and doing. Right? And so that's why adding drink offering there isn't totally inappropriate. That's a way of referring to that act. But it can make it sound like they're offering a sacrifice and St. Paul's offering a sacrifice, and like they're two different offerings. But that's not what St. Paul's getting at. Verse 18, for the same reason you also be glad and rejoice with me. Okay, so he's saying he's glad with them and rejoices with them to be a part of what they're doing, right? And so they should also rejoice and be glad with him. Verse 19, but I trust in the Lord Jesus to send Timothy to you shortly, that I also may be encouraged when I know your state. So St. Timothy was listed as a co-author at the beginning of the book, right? So St. Timothy is there with St. Paul, and St. Paul is saying that he's hopeful that he'll be able to send Timothy to them directly so that St. Timothy can visit with them and then relay back to St. Paul, since St. Paul's in prison, he can't go himself, everything that's going on there. And he has reason to believe that this will be good news that comes back to him with St. Timothy. And so he's happy and he's hopeful about that. Verse 20, for I have no one like-minded who will sincerely care for your state, for all seek their own, not the things which are of Christ Jesus. Okay, so he's saying, other than St. Timothy, right, he doesn't have anyone else to send. Right? He doesn't have anyone else to send, because what was he just telling them to do? He's just finished telling them at length that they need to not be looking out for themselves and their own advantage and their own success and their own wealth. They need to be looking out for other people's. And so St. Paul is saying, unfortunately, other than St. Timothy, I don't have anyone like that to send to you. And St. Paul is saying, I'm not going to send someone to you who's going to try to take advantage of you, right? Or try to use you for their own gain. Right? Unfortunately, this was already happening. So it isn't a new thing that someone would decide that preaching the gospel was a good way to make money. Right? There certainly are plenty of people today who do that, but that goes all the way back, right, to pretty much the very beginning. That people tried that sort of grift. And St. Paul had already mentioned them earlier. Remember when he talked about how, there are a lot of people going out and preaching the gospel for the sake of enriching themselves. And he sort of says, but hey, at least the gospel's getting preached. Right? Maybe for bad motives, it may be for the wrong reasons, but at least the gospel's going out. So he can at least be encouraged by that.
St. Paul's getting into all kinds of trouble for doing this.
Yes.
People are being put in prison for doing this. Why does it seem to some people like a good way to get ahead to do this thing that gets you into so much trouble?
Right. Well, how you do it will determine whether you get into trouble, right? Because it's also not a coincidence that the folks who are going out and preaching the gospel, let's just say today, going out and preaching the gospel today for personal gain, tend to have distorted the message a little bit here and there around the edges, right? That's sometimes just to make it more acceptable, sometimes to help them make more ill-gotten gain, for whatever reason, right? So the things that are getting St. Paul in trouble are, getting pagans to not participate in idolatry, in the worship of temples, in the public festivals, right? Someone can come and preach the gospel and say, no, it's okay to, dabble in that a little bit. Do what you got to do, to keep your job. Right? And so they you know what I mean? To compromise a little bit more than St. Paul would. Right? And we see St. Paul having to deal with this, right? He's always talking about these false teachers who are coming along wanting to do this or that, right? And so, for example, with the Galatians, right, we have the people who've been called the Judaizers, right, who are coming and trying to get the Gentiles to all get circumcised and follow the Torah and become Jewish. Well, one of the reasons why that might be attractive is the Jews had an exemption from the Romans from doing all those things. Christians didn't, right? So if they went and did all those things, oh, well, now, the heat's off of me, right, for not going along. So how you did it, right, is a big part of that. So St. Paul, one of the things St. Paul says when comparing himself with false teachers throughout his epistles is talk about his integrity. Right, that he didn't teach one thing and then do another, right? That they saw his life and they saw that he was consistent to a fault, right? Consistent to, if I get thrown in prison, if I get beaten, if I get stoned to death, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm going to say the truth. Well, somebody who's doing it for the money isn't going to have that kind of integrity, sort of by definition, right? Or they wouldn't be in it for the money. So that's, and of course we get, very early on, we start getting these sects and things that are kind of mixing and matching elements of Christianity and elements of pagan religion and, what would later become different Gnostic sects. Gnosticism doesn't really full-blown exist yet in the New Testament, but coming up, right, once you get into the 2nd century, it starts sort of flowering, but you get the beginning. By the end of the 1st century, you've got Marcion who's going down that road, right? So they start cross-pollinating. So yeah.
Isn't that what happens in pagan religions at this time, that they mix and match and borrow and
well, right,
syncretism?
Right, and in the sense that worshiping and serving and participating in one god's rituals didn't preclude you doing that with another god. So it's sort of the more the merrier, right? People over the course of their lives would sort of add gods as they went, right? They'd have the gods of their family that they inherited, the place where they were born, the next place they lived, right? And then, there's a new mystery cult in town, or I'm going to go make a pilgrimage here and participate in these mysteries, or there and participate in those mysteries. And so these things would just kind of accumulate, and none of them were seen to conflict with each other, right? There was no either or ever, right? Whereas St. Paul is saying, no, right? This, not that, right? These can't go together, right? Like he had to tell the Corinthians, you can't partake of the cup of the Lord and the cup of demons. Right? That's pretty stark. There was no one saying that in the pagan world. They weren't saying you can't eat from the sacrifice to Hercules and the sacrifice to Diana. They were like, no, of course you can't. Yeah. In fact, on this day you're supposed to do the one, and on this other day you're supposed to do the other. Yeah. So it's very different. Again, if it's preached with integrity, as St. Paul is, then it is very demanding, very alienating, and keeps getting him thrown in prison and locked up and all of those things. Okay, so he says, I don't have anyone else, right, who I can send who's like-minded with St. Paul, right, other than St. Timothy, and who will be looking out for your interest, right, and be putting you first. And so he says, because for all, obviously not meaning St. Timothy, not meaning himself, but in general, right, everybody, right, in scare quotes, is just looking after their own interests and not the things which belong to Christ, right? Now notice how he's just characterized them. They're the things that belong to Christ, right? So it's not just a question of, yeah, you should also care about other people, right? But because these are people who belong to Christ, they're of preeminent importance, right? Beyond anything else. Verse 22, but you know his proven character, that as a son with his father, he served with me in the gospel. He's talking about St. Timothy now, right? So he's saying, but in St. Timothy's case, you know his character. You know what he's like. That he has served with him as a son helps his father, right? So this is, again, St. Paul referencing this spiritual fatherhood. We commented on this in 1 Corinthians when he said, you have had many teachers, but you have not had many fathers. That he had begotten them in the gospel. This is a recurring theme in St. Paul's understanding of ministry and his role, is the idea of a father and children. And so when our Protestant friends bring up the verse, as their wont, the call no man father verse,
Only the English.
we could point out a couple of these and say, well, is St. Paul disobeying Christ by calling himself these people's spiritual father? If not, then neither are others when they do the same thing.
Well, could you expand then what is meant by call a man father?
Yeah, well, there's a whole series of titles that Christ lists there: father, teacher, rabbi. Right? There's a whole series of them, and it's in the context of him saying the Pharisees love to be addressed by all these titles in public.
Okay.
Right? Because it feeds their ego. And he's saying to the apostles, you don't be like that.
Okay.
Right? You don't go out trying to get people to call you fancy titles and give you honors and respect and all this. So it's about pride and egotism. It's not about not having a relationship, right? So I mean, he's not saying you can't call your biological dad your father because he's a man and hey, right? It's not about just the word in whatever language, right? It's about this arrogance and pride versus humility, seeking honors in public, right? Rather than seeking to do, to minister and to do what you need to do. So for St. Paul, these things don't conflict. He's just been talking about humility. Now he's there to serve them, right? Not himself. And he can still say that he's St. Timothy's father in the Lord. That's not him exalting himself. That's him talking about a relationship that exists. Mm-hmm. Right? It's not a prideful thing. It's just he's talking about this relationship and the beauty of this relationship. And how because they know about this relationship and the type of person St. Timothy is, they can trust him. That he's not just out to take from the community in Philippi. Because that's not who he is. Verse 23, therefore I hope to send him at once, as soon as I see how it goes with me. But I trust in the Lord that I myself shall also come shortly. Right? So he says, I'm going to see what happens, right? Because he'd like to come himself. And so, hey, maybe he'll get out of prison and be able to come himself. He'd like to, but barring that, he's going to send St. Timothy ASAP to come see them. Verse 25, yet I considered it necessary to send to you Epaphroditus, my brother, fellow worker, and fellow soldier, but your messenger and the one who ministered to my need. Okay, so Epaphroditus is pretty clearly a pagan convert. You know how we know? Because if you squint at his name, you'll see that Aphrodite's in there. Right? That his parents dedicated him to Aphrodite. So they were pagans, right? But he's the one, St. Paul is saying, who the community in Philippi sent to him, right? So they sent him to go visit St. Paul in prison. And he's calling him his fellow worker and fellow soldier, right? Saying he's been of great help to him, right? He's helped him in this struggle he's going through, being in prison. And who is the one who was their messenger and who ministered to him from them. And he's saying that he considered it necessary to send him back. Verse 26, since he was longing for you all and was distressed because you had heard that he was sick. For indeed he was sick almost unto death, but God had mercy on him, and not only on him, but on me also, lest I should have sorrow upon sorrow. Okay, so while he was visiting with St. Paul, he became ill and nearly died. Right, is what St. Paul's saying. But he's saying that God in his mercy spared him. And St. Paul is saying it was a mercy to St. Paul also, because that would have been a horrible grief to add to being locked up in prison, losing him. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Verse 28, therefore I sent him the more eagerly, that when you see him again, you may rejoice, and I may be less sorrowful. Receive him therefore in the Lord with all gladness, and hold such men in esteem. Because for the work of Christ he came close to death, not regarding his life, to supply what was lacking in your service toward me. Right, so St. Paul sending him back, he says, this is a person who you need to respect and honor, because he obviously, risked his life to this illness to come and see and help St. Paul. And he considered being there to help St. Paul more important than his own health. He didn't, run home. I'm not feeling well. I'm heading home. I'm out of here. Right? He didn't abandon St. Paul even when he faced that. He stayed there. And so he's telling the community, you need to honor a man like this, right? He's an example of what I've been telling you, right? That you need to do and you need to be. And that translation makes it sound harsh. He supplied what was lacking in your service toward me. Right, makes it sound like he's criticizing, and that's not there in the original. It's more that like he filled it up and completed it. Right, all the good things you've done for me, like him coming and helping me, like this was the cherry on top. Right, it was it sort of filled it up to full. We'll go ahead and get started in St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians. Chapter 1, verse 1. Paul and Timothy, bondservants of Jesus Christ, to all the saints in Christ Jesus who are in Philippi, with the bishops and deacons. So we already mentioned that this is coming from St. Paul and St. Timothy. He has a co-author. Bondservants is a fancy way of saying slaves. That's really how Saints Paul and Timothy are describing themselves, as being slaves of Christ. And they're writing to all the saints. Remember, that's to all the holy ones. We've talked before about how that language of holy ones is what's applied in the Old Testament to the angels, right, to the angelic beings. We've seen how, I think every single one of St. Paul's epistles that we've read so far, he begins with those identifications where when he's talking to the people, he reminds them of who they are in Christ and therefore who they're called to be in Christ. So he uses this language of them being sons of God, which is language applied to the angels in the Old Testament. He uses this language of holy ones, which is applied to the angels in the Old Testament, all of which is to say, this is who you are in Christ. This is what you're called to be. As we saw in 1st and 2nd Corinthians, he addressed them that way, even though that wasn't who they were acting like, right? That was part of their called to be. So St. Paul does the same here. The difference here is he particularly addresses the leadership, right? The leaders of the community, the bishops and the deacons. And the word translated bishop here is episkopos. They usually translate as bishop. That literally means, sometimes it's translated in English overseer, because that's doing a very literalistic translation. That skopos in episkopos is the same word we get scope from, right? Not the mouthwash, but scope like you look through, right? Telescope. And so that literally means to see. Epi means over or upon. So the word in Greek was used in the Greek Old Testament to translate ra'im, which is a similar word that comes from a verb of seeing, to watch over, that was used for herdsmen, like shepherds and herdsmen. So that's the idea in episkopos. It's not overseer like we would think of an overseer, right? Like an overseer of slaves or a boss on a job, right? It's more like a shepherd or a herdsman. That's why it gets translated as pastor, shepherd into Latin.
Is there a
Right.
different word used for something like that, like slave master or boss?
Well, yeah, you'd get a word like master, like despota, right? Which we also call bishops, but that's more the idea of master or lord, kyrios, right? A lord or master. So this is the shepherds, and that idea has a rich history in the Old Testament, right? Where the leaders of Israel are the shepherds of Israel, right? They're not the ones who own the sheep; they're God's sheep. But he has these shepherds who he's sent to watch over the sheep. Right? And so that same idea is included in the idea of bishops. Right? So St. Paul, that's how he's addressing them. Right? You're the shepherds, you're the herdsmen who are over Christ's flock. Right? Who are doing this job. Deacon, of course, comes from diakonia, service, diakonos, a servant. Right? And so there are people who are serving in the community, and there are people who have been assigned to oversee and watch over, guide, protect the community. That's interesting because we can never say for sure why St. Paul did choose to include the presbyters, because there were presbyters, but the role of presbyter at this point, right, was that they were essentially every community had an overseer, right, an episcopos, who was essentially functioning as the head presbyter, and then a plurality of presbyters around that person. And how much that person who was the episcopos, the bishop, was differentiated from the rest of the presbyters was different in different Christian communities. Right? So in Rome, until about the 3rd century, he was basically the head presbyter. Sorry, Roman Catholics, I'll pick on them this time. There was not a strong episcopate in Rome in the 1st and 2nd centuries. The same thing was true in Alexandria for even longer. All the way into the 4th century in Alexandria, the actual bishop of Alexandria had less power than the presbyters meeting in council. Then there were other places like Antioch, where already at the end of the 1st century with St. Ignatius, the episcopal office is clearly a unique, different office. And had unique authority, and the presbyters were basically seen as exercising his authority in his absence, the way it is today in the Orthodox Church. That was already true in the 1st century in Antioch, but it differed in different cities in the early centuries.
I love using St. Ignatius of Antioch and some of his quotes. I show them to Protestants, and I ask them, "Can you guess what century this is from?"
Yeah.
This is 1st century. They go,
Yeah.
"What?"
Yeah. As one, when I was in Protestant seminary, as my church history professor put it, by the end of the 1st century in St. Ignatius of Antioch, you have all of the features of the magisterial bishop. How did things go so wrong so fast? And I said, there's another way of interpreting that. Even then, as a Protestant, I said, there's another way of interpreting that, right? That maybe they did go wrong. Right? But so that would, what I'm getting to is that may very well have been the case in Philippi, where there may not have been a strong separate role of presbyter at this point. And that may be why. Like I said, we can never know for sure why St. Paul chose to mention what he did. Yeah. Yeah, he may be using that as just a general term for leadership also. Is also possible. So he may be including the presbyters and the actual bishop may have been sort of a head presbyter. It's hard to know for sure. But there were a variety of, and the part of the reason for that, especially in the first century, is that the apostles were still around, right? So when St. Paul visits Ephesus on his way to Jerusalem at the end of the book of Acts, he meets with the presbyters at Ephesus, right? Well, why wouldn't there have been a bishop at Ephesus? Well, there were multiple apostles coming in and out of Ephesus, including St. Paul, right? And so St. John, right, was around Ephesus at least, right? St. Mary Magdalene, the Theotokos was in Ephesus for a while. And so when you had apostolic leadership, right, you'd always have presbyters, right? But you wouldn't necessarily have. And so the reason sometimes you'll see, like in history texts, they'll refer to the bishops as the successors to the apostles, is that it's really once the apostles are gone that the role of the episcopacy sort of consolidates, right, and takes off, because you don't have the sort of direct leadership of the apostles anymore. And we'll see when we get into 1st and 2nd Timothy, right, that when St. Paul sends St. Timothy to Crete, he's going to say, in all of the churches and all of the communities, appoint presbyters and deacons. Well, what's St. Timothy then? I mean, he's really an apostle. We consider him one of the 70, right? But he's also sort of fulfilling that episcopal office, right? He's clearly not a presbyter, because he's going around appointing presbyters. He's clearly something else, right? And so we see that starting to happen with St. Paul and St. Timothy, where St. Timothy is sort of this pivotal figure because he's an apostle in one sense, but he's also sort of a bishop in a sense. And then his successors are just going to be bishops, right? So all that is to say, we don't know exactly, but it's likely related to the fact that the precise offices were kind of malleable at this point in terms of how they were in any particular place. But also, this is the only one of St. Paul's epistles where he directly mentions the leadership in the opening. I mean, there are places where he mentions leaders later on by name, but this is one. So, as we're going to see, this is another, because I said this is going to be a more positive letter. He's going to focus a little more on teaching, and so it makes sense that he would direct his teaching to the leaders who are going to be teaching the people, right? So that kind of makes sense, that this would be the letter where he does that. Verse 2, grace to you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. We've seen that's pretty standard in terms of St. Paul's opening greeting. Verse 3, I thank my God upon every remembrance of you, always in every prayer of mine, making request for you all with joy, for your fellowship in the gospel from the first day until now. Okay. So you can already see, right? Remember I said there's a different tone, right? So this isn't like Galatians where it's like how readily you've received another gospel. This isn't like 1 Corinthians where in chapter 1 he sort of launched into the, hey, this guy's engaged in unrepentant sexual immorality. What's up with that, right? It's not even Romans where he goes into, Romans 1, he started talking about the wrath of God, like being revealed on immorality. Here we have how much St. Paul is giving thanks for them with joy, right? And he's saying, every time I pray, and then every prayer I say, right? He mentions the Philippians and gives thanks for them and joyfully requests good things for them. And the word fellowship there is koinonia, communion, right? In the gospel of Jesus Christ, for the first day, for the day he met them when he first went there, all the way until now, he's felt this close communion and fellowship with them. That's significant because, again, some of the communities he wrote to, he hasn't been able to say this, right? With Rome, he hadn't met them yet, right? So he didn't have this communion with them. The Corinthians, he knew very well, but that communion had kind of been broken by the things that were going on. But St. Paul's saying how much he rejoices in that, right? How good that is, that they've had this kind of unbroken communion from the very beginning. Being confident of this very thing, that he who has begun a good work in you will complete it until the day of Jesus Christ. Right? So there's a little bit more in that phrase than you might immediately notice, because he said the day of Jesus Christ. Now, we all know instinctively what he's talking about, right? He's talking about the last day, the day Christ returns, the day of the Lord.
You're about to tell us that isn't what he means.
No, that is what he means.
Okay.
That is what he means. But here's why that's significant. Because, see, we're so used to seeing the day of the Lord, and he refers to the Lord Jesus Christ all the time, that it doesn't strike us. Okay? But if we were reading the Old Testament in Hebrew, it wouldn't say day of the Lord. It says the day of Yahweh. That's what the last day was called. That's what the day of judgment was called. It was called the day of Yahweh, the God of Israel. So that gets transliterated as day of the Lord, because you don't find, like in Greek and stuff, the name Yahweh being transliterated directly, right? So it gets translated. They put Lord, Kyrios, as a replacement, right? So when St. Paul calls it the day of the Lord, in the New Testament, that's ambiguous, right? Does he mean the day of the Lord like the Lord Jesus, or does he mean the day of the Lord like the day of Yahweh, right? But here he calls the day of Yahweh the day of Jesus Christ, right? Which means St. Paul is using those interchangeably, which tells us something about who St. Paul thinks Jesus is, right? We're Orthodox Christians, so the idea that Jesus Christ is God is not a big deal, okay? But if you were a skeptical modern theologian, you would reject the idea that St. Paul thought that, right? But here's one more piece of evidence. We've seen a bunch as we've been going through St. Paul's epistles. Here's one more piece of evidence that he's not just thinking that Jesus Christ is the Son of God or in some way connected to Yahweh, the God of Israel. He's identifying Jesus with Yahweh, the God of Israel, in some sense, where he thinks he can say that interchangeably. And notice how he describes their fellowship in the gospel. He doesn't describe their fellowship in the gospel as, you and me are both born again. You both got saved. I got saved on that road to Damascus. You guys got saved when I showed up there and preached the gospel to you. And you made a decision. Right? That's not what he says. He says our fellowship in the gospel is that God has begun a good work in you. God has begun your salvation in you. And he's going to bring that to completion when? Once you get baptized? No. Once you do enough good works? No. Right? Once you're in a state of grace? No. That's going to come to its conclusion on the day of the Lord. Until then, we're working on it.
We're in process.
Right? Until then, we're working on it. He's begun it. He's going to bring it to completion. We're going to see in chapter 3. We've talked before several times about how St. Paul sort of drops the themes he's going to talk about later into the beginning of the letter. This is one of the themes he's going to expand on later in the letter, what he means by this. But it's important to note here this theme, that for St. Paul, fellowship and communion in the gospel, salvation, is not this thing that happened once. Right? It's this thing that begins at a certain point in time, but then carries not only through our life, but until we enter into the next life at the resurrection. Right? That's when it's brought to its completion. Verse 7, just as it is right for me to think this of you all, because I have you in my heart, inasmuch as both in my chains and in the defense and confirmation of the gospel, you all are partakers with me of grace. Okay. So St. Paul is saying, right, I've got you here with me in my heart, whether I'm here in chains or when I'm out there preaching the gospel, traveling from place to place. Right? He's saying, I still have you with me in my heart because both you and I are receiving the same grace. We've talked about what grace is. Grace is God acting. Right? Meaning, just as Christ has begun this work in you and is working in your life, he's working in my life. Whether I'm sitting here in a prison or whether I'm out there preaching the gospel. And we have this in common. This is what that communion in the gospel is that God is working in all of us and in each of us, right, to bring this work of our salvation to completion. We're all on this road together, headed in the same direction. And that gives St. Paul this unity with them regardless of his circumstances and causes him to rejoice regardless of his circumstances. For God is my witness, how greatly I long for you all with the affection of Jesus Christ. Right? So he's saying, I wish I could be with you in person. Right? That's not just because he's now in prison and he doesn't want to be in prison, but actually then. Because remember, these are people he does know. Right? Verse 9, and this I pray, that your love may abound still more and more in knowledge and in all discernment. So he's already said he makes these requests for them with joy, right? Now he's saying, this is what I'm asking for you. This is what I want for you. That their love would abound more and more, right? Their love for each other, their love for God, right? But what form does that love take for St. Paul? It takes the form of knowledge and discernment. Okay, we'll talk about what those two things mean. But this is important in terms of the kind of lazy way we use the term love in the modern world. Right? So when he says, I want you guys to be more and more loving, right? We tend to associate being loving or being kind to people with being ignorant and being undiscerning. What do I mean? Right? What do I mean? Well, we want more love in our community. What does that mean? That means, well, we just welcome anybody. No matter who they are, no matter what they're doing, no matter how they act, no matter how they're living their life, we just welcome them and love them anyway. Right? And to help us do that, in terms of the ignorance, we don't ask a lot of questions. Right? We just don't want to know about that stuff. Because that might make it harder to love you. Right? So we're not going to talk about any stuff that might upset anybody. And we're not going to ever confront anybody about anything. And now, see, we're super loving. Right? That's the opposite of what St. Paul's talking about. Right? That's why he qualifies it. Right? So what does love have to do with knowledge? Well, you can't love God more and more without coming to know him more and more. Right? That's what causes you to love him more and more. Not know about him. This isn't knowledge, again, of learning facts. Right? And I've used this example a bunch of times before. There are probably people in the world who know more facts about my wife than I do. Right? Her doctor probably knows more facts about her than I do. Because her doctor, she knows like all her blood levels of everything and, exactly how much she weighs and exactly how tall she is to the fraction of an inch and all the data that's in her chart, right? That I don't know, but her doctor knows, right? Knows more about her, right? There are people who have known her longer than I have known her, who know about stuff she did in her childhood and said and things that I don't know about, right? But I'd be willing to bet money that there's not someone who knows my wife better than I do, right? Because there's a difference between knowing someone as a person and knowing a bunch of facts about someone. Okay? And so this isn't talking about coming to know more facts about God. This doesn't mean like, wow, I hope you learn about the attributes of God and how God is pure act and how his divine simplicity relates to the essence and energies distinction. And that's not what he's talking about, right? It's not talking about what we call theology. It's talking about coming to know God, coming to know Christ. Right? As we all, as Orthodox Christians, sort of learn from St. Gregory Palamas, that doesn't require you to go to school even a single day, right, to come close to God and come to know him. So that's the kind of knowledge he's talking about, but not just toward God, but toward each other, right, toward each other. So our love of each other is not based on ignoring things about each other, right, or deliberately not asking questions that we think we might not like the answer to, but it's learning to love each other. Getting to know each other better and love each other, right? That's what he wants for them. And then discernment, of course, is the opposite of just accepting whatever, right? He's about to expand on that. So I'll read the next verse. That you may approve the things that are excellent, that you may be sincere and without offense till the day of Christ, being filled with the fruits of righteousness which are by Jesus Christ, to the glory and praise of God. Right? So discernment, see this positive tone, right? Discernment isn't just about identifying what is bad, right? That's how we tend to look at it, right? So you'll get people who this will be the juxtaposition they give you. Either you're loving and you just accept whatever, or you're judgmental. And you're always pointing out faults and pointing out bad, right?
You're shaming me.
This is a false dilemma, right? Because St. Paul is pointing out what discernment actually is. Discernment is knowing what is good, right? Knowing what is good, knowing what is excellent, knowing what is pure, knowing what is holy, identifying those things and seeking after those things. And that's not just in your life and your moral decision making. It includes that, right? Because he talks about bearing fruit. He talks about being without offense, right? So that's talking about your own life and your moral reasoning. That's also talking about seeing what is good and what is excellent in others, right? That's part of discernment too. Looking at someone and finding fault is easy. It's very easy, especially if you're looking at me. Right? It's very easy to find things wrong, find mistakes, find things to criticize, right? Find things not to like. We can all do it. It can often be more difficult to find the things that are good, that are excellent in people, right? That are always there, that they might not even be aware of. Right? And so part of how we build our love for each other is finding those things in people and loving those things about them and helping them to bring out those things in themselves to bear fruit. Right? Because most of the time when we go to people and we find fault with them and we condemn them, even if it's legitimate, right? Even if there's legitimate sin in their life, even if they're legitimately on the wrong path, and we come to them and we point it out and we condemn them for it, they know. Right? I've never met a person who's an alcoholic or a drug addict who thinks it's great to be an alcoholic or a drug addict. I've never met someone who's living a truly sexually immoral lifestyle who doesn't know there's something wrong. Right? They know. People don't need us to point that out to them. Because, like I said, it's easy. right, to see. And if you're living in it and you're miserable, you know full well, right? But there are a lot of people out there who can't see anything good in themselves, who can't see anything excellent in themselves or their life. And the only way to get them out of that misery and that place where they are is for them to find those good and excellent things and follow those. Right? It doesn't matter telling somebody they're on the wrong road if you don't show them where the right road is and how to get there.
That reminds me of something we were taught, as leaders in Chi Alpha, it's a Protestant campus ministry. I forget what they called it. It was affirmation sandwich or something. Basically, you would affirm them, like you would tell them some of the things that they're doing good that you see them doing. Then you would bring up, what's going wrong. You would bring up what the problem is, but then you would also say, here's how you can fix this, or you can, I know you're capable of doing this, or
Right. Yeah, and you don't. Right, again, this is discernment. You don't affirm the wrong things. Right? That's what our culture says love is. You affirm everything no matter what. No matter how self-destructive, no matter how wrong, right? You just affirm it and that means you're loving. Because if you don't, you're a hater. Right? But you don't affirm what's wrong, but you do affirm what is good. Right? You do affirm what is good. That's what St. Paul is aiming at. Right? What's important is it's more important for us to see what is good and pursue it than to see what is bad and flee from it. Because if we're pursuing what is good, we will be fleeing from what is evil. We saw this in Galatians, remember, with the fruit of the Spirit. Right? He lists the fruit of the Spirit. He talks about fruit here again, the fruit of righteousness. Right? The fruit of the Spirit, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such thing there is no law. Right? Because he's trying to say, stop worrying about, did I do a bad thing? Be so busy pursuing and doing good things that you don't even have time to think about it.
Well, this was basic in teaching too, dealing with kids who were in trouble. They didn't need to be told that they'd done something wrong.
Yeah, they knew they messed up. Yeah.
Some teachers would do that, would lecture them, but they don't need that. They feel awful. And at that time, you've got to point out to them that they are not awful and that there are all these good things that they have going for them.
Yeah.
They don't believe it.
That they can do better.
Yeah.
And they are better than that. That's the problem. Yeah. The problem with what you did is that you're better than that.
Yeah.
That's what St. Paul said. That's why he starts out by calling them holy ones. If you're not acting like a holy one, that doesn't make that not true in Christ. It means that you're better than what you're doing right now. And so that's why and how you can change. Right? Yeah. So that's what St. Paul is making clear. And again, these themes are going to play out right in the rest. But love is based on knowledge and discernment. Those aren't opposed to, right, being loving. Verse 12, but I want you to know, brethren, that the things which happened to me have actually turned out for the furtherance of the gospel, so that it has become evident to the whole palace guard and to all the rest that my chains are in Christ. And most of the brethren in the Lord, having become confident by my chains, are much more bold to speak the word without fear. Okay. So they know he's been imprisoned, right? And so he's saying, this has actually worked out for good, right? I'm sure you're upset that I'm in prison and I'm suffering, and it's like, but this has actually worked out for good, because even this has given St. Paul opportunities, right, to share the gospel with his guards, right, and with everyone and because he's already in jail, right? I mean, what are they going to do? Throw him in jail? Right? That's what he means by, now I just speak freely. I mean, hey, I'm already in jail. Right? Verse 15, some indeed preach Christ even from envy and strife, and some also from goodwill. The former preach Christ from selfish ambition, not sincerely, supposing to add affliction to my chains, but the latter out of love, knowing that I am appointed for the defense of the gospel. What then? Only that in every way, whether in pretense or in truth, Christ is preached, and in this I rejoice, yes, and will rejoice. Right? So he says, yeah, while I'm here in prison, there are a bunch of people who have heard the gospel from me who are going out and spreading it. Right? And he says, yeah, some of them are ambitious. Some of them think, oh, St. Paul's locked up. I can take this position of prestige or something. I can, while he's out of the way, I can, make a name for myself and become important. Right? So they're preaching the gospel, but they're doing it for the wrong reason.
This never happens.
Right? Never happens today. There's nobody out there at all in Christian ministry who's doing it because they're out to get rich.
Right.
I can't think of a single person. Right? So there's that happening. And he says, there's other people out there who are doing it with goodwill. They're like, hey, St. Paul's locked up. I got to carry on with his ministry. I've got to preach the gospel. And St. Paul says, hey, you know what? Whether they're doing it because they hate me or out of rivalry or something, or whether they're doing it for the right reasons, at least the gospel's getting preached. Right? People are hearing the gospel of Jesus Christ. They're coming to know Christ. Right? Either in spite of the person preaching or because of it. And he says, and that's great. Right? I rejoice. At least that's happening. Right? And this principle is a very good and heartening one for people who are clergy, right? Because it means even if my motives aren't right, right, which they never quite are, right? Clearly, I'm not in this to get rich, but even if my motives aren't right, which they never quite are, even if I mess up, even if I make mistakes, right? That doesn't restrict what God's able to do. Right? Someone can go out and preach for all the wrong reasons, and God will still bring people to salvation for it and through it, right? The people who Judas baptized didn't have to get baptized again, right? I still wouldn't want to have been one of those people. That would be messed up. But yeah, that would be messed up. But they didn't have to be baptized again, right? And so, yeah, the goal is that people would come to know Christ. And, all of us who try to do that are sinful. But that doesn't stop anything from happening. That doesn't impose some barrier on God where he can't get it done. Verse 19, for I know that this will turn out for my deliverance through your prayer and the supply of the Spirit of Jesus Christ, according to my earnest expectation and hope that in nothing I shall be ashamed, but with all boldness as always so now, also Christ will be magnified in my body, whether by life or by death. Okay? So the reason I read so much is that I wanted to make the point that in verse 19 where he says, for I know that this will turn out for my deliverance. Deliverance there is not talking about getting let out of jail. Right? He's not saying, I know that I'm going to end up getting out of this jail, and so I'm happy. Right? Because what does he say at the end of that sentence? Christ will be magnified in my body, whether by life or by death. So St. Paul's leaving open the possibility he might die in prison. Right? Or might be executed, which is what eventually happened in Rome. He's leaving that possibility open. So that's not the deliverance he's talking about. The deliverance he's talking about is his salvation. Which again, St. Paul does not think that in St. Paul's case was already accomplished. He doesn't think the work that was begun in him, like the work that was begun in the community in Philippi, was finished yet. It would be finished on the day of Jesus Christ. In his case also. Right? So he says this, me being in prison, everything that's happening, he says, I know is going to work toward my salvation. Right? It's going to work toward my salvation. Whether I live, right, and I get let out of prison, whether I die in prison, right, then he says there will be nothing in which he's ashamed because of how he's going to live, however much life he has left in whatever circumstance it is in working out his salvation. And what the principle St. Paul's talking about here, we've seen it before in the New Testament, is the idea that we can't control what happens to us in our life. We like to think so. We all very much like to think we're in control of everything. We're all control freaks to one degree or another. And we get very angry and very afraid and very upset when it becomes apparent that we're not. It's not that all of a sudden we're not. We never were. It's just all of a sudden we're forced to admit and to realize that we're not. And then we get afraid and angry and anxious, right? And all of these things happen. A lot of times that's with other people. We're able to live with the delusion that we're in control of ourselves. But as soon as you care about another person and you can't control what happens to them, and you can't even control what decisions they make, all of a sudden there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress, right? Because we can't control it. But we can't. The truth is we never can. Right? But we can control how we receive things. Right? I'm sure if you'd asked St. Paul, hey, would you like to get locked up in prison? Answer would have been, well, no, I prefer not. I prefer to continue traveling and proclaiming the gospel. Right? So that wouldn't have been his choice, but that's where he is. But how does St. Paul receive that? Does he receive that with anger? I got to get out of this prison. Everybody pray that I get let out of prison. I got to find a way out of this prison. God, why did you have me get locked up in prison? I'm trying to preach the gospel and do what you want me to do, and now I'm in this prison. Right? He doesn't get angry. He could be a sad sack. Right? Why doesn't God care about me? I'm in this prison. Right? Could have whined and moaned. Right? That's not how St. Paul receives it. That's not how he received it, remember, when he got locked up in Philippi. And he was singing hymns in the middle of the night, while literally laying chained to the floor in his own waste, with rats climbing around on him. He was singing hymns, right? But so that's not how he receives it. He says, I know that this is going to work to my salvation. And he points to things he sees, right? Like, hey, I'm getting to preach to these guards. I'm getting to preach to these people who I wouldn't get to preach to otherwise. And you know what? Since I'm locked up, these other people have been going out and preaching the gospel. And yeah, some of them are doing it for the wrong reason, but the gospel's getting preached now by a dozen people instead of just me. And I know that whatever's going on here, this is going to work to my salvation. Right? This is going to help me repent of the things I need to repent of. This is giving me time to pray. Right? He finds a way to receive it. And so this bad thing of being locked up in a prison becomes for him a good thing. Right? Becomes for him a good thing because of how he receives it. He could receive it differently, and it could lead him to despair. It could lead him away from Christ. Right? Or he could receive it the way he's receiving it. It could draw him closer to Christ, continue to change and transform him and work towards his salvation. And the same's true for us every day. Right? Every day. Even little dumb stuff. Right? Oh man, I'm going to be late. Oh man, that guy cut me off in traffic. Right? Oh, I didn't get that thing I wanted. Right? Oh, I don't have enough money to get that thing I wanted. Or this, that, the other. Right? We could choose to get angry, mope. Right? Any of those things. Right? But there is another option. Right? There is another option that through prayer we come to see that whatever it is, whether it's a hardship, whether it's an imagined hardship because it's really not that bad, right? Or whether it's a legit, being locked up in prison is a pretty legitimate hardship. Whether it's a legitimately horrible thing that happens to us. Sometimes horrible things happen to us, right? But even in those horrible things, for example, a horrible thing happens to us. Well, that horrible thing happens to other people too. And maybe now that that horrible thing has happened to us, we can help minister to and help those people, those other people who it happens to support them and build them back up. Right? Maybe if we fall into sin, horrible thing, not a good thing. Don't do it if you can help it. Right? But if we fall into sin and we have to struggle with it, and we have to fight our way out of it. Or even if we can't fight our way out of it and we just have to struggle and struggle and struggle with it, there are other people out there struggling with the same thing who need our help and our support and our comfort, and to know that there are other people struggling with it too. So whatever it is, right, there are ways that we can turn it into the fruit of righteousness that St. Paul is talking about. There are ways that we can see it and receive it where we can eventually, maybe not in the moment that a horrible thing is happening to us, but eventually we can even thank God for it because of what it's enabled us to do in the future and who it's enabled us to become in the future. And how it's drawn us closer to Him. So that's what St. Paul is sort of exemplifying for us here. St. Paul, again, it's not just this imprisonment. Remember, he gave that list, right? All the times he was stoned, shipwrecked, beaten, right? Whipped and flogged, right? All of these things, right? But how he received them, right? So that even though the people who were doing all of those things to him meant it for evil, right? It became something good in his life. Not a good experience, but something that worked for his good down the road. Right? And he had control of that. The people trying to hurt him, the people trying to kill him, didn't have control over that. Right? So who wins? St. Paul wins. Right? Not them. Verse 21. So he said that Christ will be magnified in his body, whether by life or by death. Verse 21. For to me to live is Christ and to die is gain. Okay? And he's going to expand on what he means by that. If I live on in the flesh, this will mean fruit from my labor. Right? But yet what I choose I cannot tell. So to live is Christ, right, means I'll keep preaching the gospel. I'll keep working, and this will bear fruit. So bear fruit in his own life, in the communities that he touches, in the world. Right? He says, well, that's a good thing. Right? Well, what if he dies? What if he dies in prison? Verse 23, for I am hard pressed between the two, having a desire to depart and be with Christ, which is far better. So if I die in prison, then I'll go and I'll be with Christ. That's a good thing too. Right? So St. Paul has understood this idea of how we receive things so deeply. Right? That St. Paul is invulnerable. No one can harm St. Paul. Right? No one can harm the righteous man. It's the saying of the fathers. Why? Well, what can they do? If they kill him, he's martyred, he goes to be with Christ. If he lives on, even if he lives on in prison, he can preach the gospel. This is going to bear fruit in his life. It's going to bear fruit in other people's life. There's nothing anyone can do to him now that will harm him, right? That will do him real harm. Nothing. That's what St. Paul's expressing.
He is dead to them.
Yeah, and that's why he can rejoice, right? No matter what. Because they can't hurt him. He doesn't have anything he has to be afraid of. Right? Because it will all come to good. Verse 24, nevertheless, to remain in the flesh is more needful for you. Right? So he's saying it'd be better for you, for me to remain and be able to continue to know you and minister to you. Right? Even though he might prefer to be with the Lord. Being confident of this, I know that I shall remain and continue with you all for your progress and joy of faith. Now, remember, faith should almost always be faithfulness, right? And faithfulness makes progress, right? How can you have progress of believing something to be true? Doesn't work, right? Progress of your faithfulness. As you continue this journey, this work that was begun in you, that's coming to conclusion, right? He's saying, I'm gonna continue, for now at least, right, to be with you on this journey. That's what he's saying. And this is a journey of faithfulness and of joy, right, and of progress. That your rejoicing for me may be more abundant in Jesus Christ by my coming to you again. Right? He's saying, so Lord willing, I'll get to come see you again, and then we'll rejoice even more. Right? Because we'll be together again. Verse 27, only let your conduct be worthy of the gospel of Christ, so that whether I come and see you or am absent, I may hear of your affairs, that you stand fast in one spirit, with one mind, striving together for faithfulness to the gospel. Okay. So he says, right, you need to continue down this road, right? You need to continue to progress, whether I'm able to come be with you or whether I'm not. Whether I'm there, whether I'm not. If I'm not there, then I want to hear, right? If I'm there, I want to see it. If I'm not there, I want to hear about it. That you're together, you're of one mind, one heart, one spirit, right? The Holy Spirit progressing together in Jesus Christ and living in a way that is faithful. Verse 28, and not in any way terrified by your adversaries, which is to them a proof of perdition, but to you of salvation, and that from God. I'll continue to the end of the chapter. For to you it has been granted on behalf of Christ not only to believe in him, but also to suffer for his sake, having the same conflict which you saw in me, and now here is in me. So he's just talked about his own situation in prison and how he receives things. Now he's telling them the same thing. Right? He's saying, you are going to, in your life in Christ, as you continue on this journey, you're going to suffer things, right? Just like St. Paul is. It's not going to be, everything coming up roses now that you've become a Christian, right? You're going to suffer too. Okay? And there are going to be adversaries, right? People who oppose it, people who are inflicting this suffering, right? And he says to them, right? To them it's going to be perdition, condemnation. Right? Evil. They're going to mean evil to you. But to you, salvation. And that from God, not from them. Right? From God. Right? So this is the same dynamic can be true. Right? Based on how you suffer and how you receive it. Just as with him. Right? Because they're going to come to hurt you. They're going to come to harm you. To condemn you, to try to destroy you. Right? But St. Paul says, this could be for your salvation, and therefore you don't have to be terrified of them. You don't have to be afraid of them. That's the mark. Right? That's the mark that you've understood this, and of how you're receiving them, that you don't have to be scared anymore. Of anybody, enemies visible or invisible, as our prayers say. You don't have to be scared of any of them because there's nothing they can do to you. Because of how you're prepared to receive the sufferings that come into our lives necessarily. Okay. So we've seen here in this first chapter, St. Paul setting out these themes. He's talked about rejoicing over and over again, right? But the joy and the fellowship and the love that he's so focused on is not based on an absence of suffering or of hardship or any of that. It's something that's continuous regardless. It comes from God, and that joy and peace is continuous regardless of whether things are good or bad, regardless of whether he's stuck in a prison cell or whether he can come visit them and be with them and rejoice together, right? Regardless of sufferings, regardless of hardships, right? It's a continuous thing. It's a reality in Christ. So, end of chapter 1 is a good place to end. Chapter 2 is one of the most important chapters in the New Testament. I'll tease it for next week. So we'll come back next time to talk about chapter 2. Thank you, everybody. That's 1. Finally, my brethren, I like how St. Paul begins like halfway through the epistle with finally. It's sort of like how about halfway through liturgy we say, let us complete our prayer unto the Lord. Yeah. Finally, my brethren, rejoice in the Lord. For me to write the same things to you is not tedious, but for you it is safe. They're adding words to try to make sense of that. So the idea there is he's already told them to rejoice in the Lord about 15 times, right? That we've read in this epistle. That's one of his sort of key words. So he tells them, finally, rejoice in the Lord. And he's saying, yeah, I know I'm repeating myself. He says, it's not tedious to me to say this to you over and over again. And you need to hear it. That's what that thing they're translating as safe is, right? This is something you need to hear. This is something that is good for you to hear. Verse 2, beware of dogs. Beware of evil workers. Beware of the mutilation. That's dire, right? That sounds like some metal lyrics right there. So he's not talking about literal dogs, by the way, when he says beware of dogs, right? Right. He's not just saying he doesn't like dogs or dogs are dirty or keep away from dogs. I don't just say that as a dog owner. I'm not just justifying myself.
In the commentary, they were referring to Paul boldly tags them with the name they gave to Gentiles, dogs.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get there. So these are people, right? These are the same group of people. So the dogs, the evil workers, and the mutilation are 3 different ways of him referring to this group of people, right? And let me do one more verse, and then we'll see. Actually, all 3 of those are sort of inverting, right? Verse 3: For we are the circumcision, who worship God in the Spirit, rejoiced in Christ Jesus, and have no confidence in the flesh. Okay? So this makes it clear who we're talking about. Remember those folks who showed up in Galatia? To the churches in Galatia who were trying to get them to become Jewish, basically to become Judeans, to enter into that. St. Paul is worried at least that they're now going to go to Philippi, that they're now going to start going to the churches that St. Paul established in Gentile territory, and try to convince them that this is the thing they need to do. And so we're not going to rehash all of Galatians, but actually all 3 of those are reversals. So they refer to Gentiles as dogs, right, as an insult. You even see that in the Old Testament, right? Because dogs, we now think dogs are cute and cuddly and fun, and we watch puppy videos on YouTube. But dogs weren't mostly pet dogs in the ancient world. They were wild dogs, and they were scavengers. And so it's more like the way we look at like weasels and right? Rats, trash pandas.
All 3 of those things are pets now, actually.
Well, yeah, people will make anything a pet. Yes, people will make anything a pet. But coyotes, yeah, dingoes, right? Like they're looked at like wild dogs and dirty animals, right? Unclean animals. So they called the Gentiles dogs. they said that they were the ones who did good works, right? The works of the law that St. Paul was talking about. So St. Paul calls them evil workers, right? And they called themselves the circumcision, right? We're the ones who are circumcised. We're the ones who are holy and set apart. So he, instead of calling them the circumcision, calls them the mutilation, right? Meaning the mutilation of the flesh. So all three of those, he's inverting what they like to call themselves and throwing it back at them. And that's why he then says they're the mutilation because we are the circumcision, right? We, meaning not just St. Paul, but all of these former pagans in the community in Philippi, right? We're the ones who have been set apart, right, by Christ. Not them. Who worship God in the Spirit, rejoice in Christ Jesus, right? Notice the invocation of the Trinity there, right? Worship God in the Spirit, rejoice in Christ Jesus, and have no confidence in the flesh, right? The flesh meaning this world, this life, right? Who we are in this life, that they're looking to Christ. And again, I don't want to go into a whole digression about everything we talked about in Galatians here and feed it in, even though St. Paul's alluding, right, to a lot of that, right? So, but the core of what St. Paul is saying to them, without going into it all, is, and part of the reason he probably doesn't go into it all is that, remember, in Galatia, there were plenty of Jewish Christians there. Right, and so when he talked about the Torah and the works of the law and coming under the law, right, in Sinai, and they knew, what he was talking about. If these are all former pagans, right, him going into a lengthy treatise about Abraham's faithfulness and circumcision, right, that's not going to resonate, right? He needs to tell them, beware of these dogs who are coming, right? And so what he's getting at here primarily is that what they're claiming to offer, St. Paul is telling them they already have. They're going to come here and claim to you that you need to do all of these things that they're going to tell you to do in order to be God's people, to be holy, to be set apart, right? You're already God's people and holy and set apart, right? So they have nothing more to offer you than what you already have in Christ and in the Spirit.
I'm sure you said this, but is this before Galatians or after Galatians?
After.
Okay, then they may have read Galatians. It may have been circulated to
It's possible. We don't have an indicator for that. Like he does. Like sometimes he'll refer to other letters, and he doesn't here, so we can't know for sure. But it's possible. It's possible. But it's also just possible that he knows they're traveling around, and so he's just warning them in a more general sense. Just don't listen to them. They have nothing to offer you, right? There's nothing they're going to bring to you that you don't already have. Okay, verse 4, though I also might have confidence in the flesh. If anyone else thinks he may have confidence in the flesh, I more so. Circumcised the 8th day, of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of the Hebrews, concerning the law a Pharisee, concerning zeal persecuting the church, concerning the righteousness which is in the law blameless. Okay. So St. Paul is saying they're going to come to you and they're going to present their credentials, right, of who they are and how holy they are and how they keep all the works of the law and the Torah and how you need to too. He says, look, right, if you want to compare credentials, you want to compare CVs, right? Here's mine, okay? Here's my CV, right? He was circumcised on the 8th day, right? He's an Israelite. He knows what tribe he's from. He's a Pharisee. Notice St. Paul says he's a Pharisee in the present tense. Doesn't say was a Pharisee. He still sees himself as being of that party. Which, how could that be, right? Well, here's how that could be. Christ never says to the Pharisees, "You're wrong. The stuff you're saying is false." What does he say to the Pharisees over and over again? You're hypocrites. Right? Remember, he tells his disciples at one point, do what the Pharisees tell you because they sit in Moses' seat, but don't do what they do because they're hypocrites. Right? So they were saying the right thing, right? They were teaching the Torah. The Torah is good for St. Paul, right? That studying the Torah is great, right? Keeping the commandments is great, right? But being the way the Pharisees were is the problem, right? So that's part of why St. Paul phrases it the way he does. He says, concerning the law, a Pharisee, right? When it comes to the Torah, when it comes to knowing the Torah, right? When it comes to following the Torah, St. Paul can still say he's a Pharisee, right? He doesn't act the way a lot of the Pharisees acted, right? And notice he also says, concerning the righteousness which is in the law, blameless. Does that rub anybody anything? Didn't supposedly St. Paul spend most of Romans and Galatians saying nobody could keep the law? Nobody could keep the Torah? Now, we alluded to this when we read through Romans and we read through Galatians. We talked about how St. Paul never actually says that, right? But here he says the opposite. Here he says he kept the whole law. Kept the whole Torah. How's that possible? Does that mean he never sinned? See, right. Because here's what people tend to forget. Right? Got to set rabbinical Judaism aside. The Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible. That includes the whole book of Genesis, which isn't commandments. Right? That includes all of Leviticus, not just the commandments, but the whole sacrificial system. Right? So when you get the commandment, if you sin, do this. If you steal, repay 5-fold, right? And so if you sin, if you steal, and then you go and you repent, and you pay back 5 times what you stole, you've kept the Torah.
Okay.
Right? You've done what you were supposed to do. So there are actually a number of people who the Bible says kept the whole Torah. David's one of them. And he killed a guy, right? And committed adultery. But he also repented. Right? St. Paul is one of them right here. Right? Doesn't mean he never sinned. It means when you sinned, you did what was required by the Torah to make it right. Right? So all of that's included in the Torah. The Torah is not just commandments, and as soon as you violate one, well, that's it. Right? That's not how it works. Right? You can read it. There's all kinds of provision for when you do that, because it's going to happen. Right? You have daily sin offerings. You have the Day of Atonement every year, because people are going to sin in Israel. Right? Part of the Torah is how you deal with it. Right? So you're violating the Torah when you sin and you don't repent. Right? That's how Israel broke the covenant and ended up in exile. They didn't repent. They not only didn't do what they were supposed to do, they didn't repent. Right? They didn't turn back. They didn't amend their ways. They just ignored it. Right? And and God even gave them this long window of patience and long suffering where they were doing that before he took any action and considered the covenant broken. Gave them this long period to repent and to turn back. Right? Before the hammer fell on the northern kingdom and then the southern kingdom. Yeah, so that's an idea from Western Christianity that we have to kind of pluck out. And it comes from reading later rabbinical Judaism back into the Old Testament, where it doesn't belong. It's a different later religion, right? What the Torah includes, in fact, just as much of the Torah is about dealing with sin as is about the commandments that are identifying what sin is. Right? And the latter serves the former, meaning the reason you have commandments to identify what sin is so you can take care of it. Right? It's not like an afterthought. Like, oh man, we better, man, people aren't doing that great at keeping this, so we got to figure out what to do when they don't. Right? It's the exact opposite. It's people need to have it laid out clearly for them what sin is so they can take care of it by repenting and being healed, receiving forgiveness. Right? The forgiveness and the healing is the goal of the Torah, not the commandments part. The commandments are serving that goal of healing and restoration. Yeah. And so St. Paul can say that. But he's laying all this out to say, look, I've got the CV. Anybody who shows up there telling you need to get circumcised, they're not going to have a better CV than this. They're not going to have a better resume, better claim to being holy according to the Torah than I do. Right? Then he continues in verse 7. But what things were gained to me, these I have counted loss for Christ. Okay? So he says, but I consider all that worthless, right? Wad up the CV, throw it in the trash, right? Because with Christ, I've received something better than all that, greater than all that, right? And this is the same argument he made in Galatians, albeit in condensed form in a different way. Remember, he talked about how, he and St. Peter, right, were both Jews, raised Jewish, their whole life, followed the Torah and all this, right? But when Christ came, they still needed to receive Christ because they didn't have Christ and they didn't have what Christ brought, right? They didn't have what Christ accomplished. And so they needed to receive Christ just as much as a pagan did, right? Christ, it wasn't this sort of thing for the pagans to get them to where the Jews were. Right? Both of them equally needed Christ and what Christ accomplished and the gospel, because that was over and above all this. And so that's what St. Paul is saying here too. He's saying all that stuff is, who cares, right? Compared to who Christ is, right? And all the people he's writing to in Philippi in the Christian community already have Christ. So you don't need any of this, right? I threw it in the dumpster. Right? So you don't need to go out of your way to try and get it. It's not of any value compared to what you already have. Verse 8, yet indeed I also count all things loss for the excellence of the knowledge of Christ Jesus my Lord, for whom I have suffered the loss of all things, and count them as rubbish, that I may gain Christ. So that wasn't just my analogy talking about throwing them in the dumpster. Right? St. Paul says, I consider them trash. Right? Not just I don't care about them anymore, not just, well, they're nice, but they're not that important. It's garbage. Right? All of that is garbage compared to coming to know Christ. Okay. He counted them rubbish that I may gain Christ, verse 9, and be found in him, not having my own righteousness, which is from the law, but that which is through faith in Christ, the righteousness which is from God by faith. Okay. And so again, he's sort of summarizing that whole argument from Galatians again. But, to break it down a little, right, he's saying, we talk about how righteousness is the same word as justice. We talked about how that concept is being set right, being put back in order, right, being justified. It's more like justifying in a word processor. Right, than in a court. And so he's saying, when he stands before Christ on the day of judgment, he's not whipping out this CV to try to impress him. Right? Like, check this out, right? like that's going to impress him and get him something, right? Get him eternal life. Right? Which is what he had. All the things he listed, that's what he had through the Torah. Right? There was Torah obedience. That's not what he's going to cry. But that which is through faith in Christ, the righteousness which is from God by, and of course we've said many times, that's more faithfulness. right? So no, what he's going to have, he's going to be set right. He's going to be put in order, right? He's going to be made right, and he's going to stand before God based on what has happened in his life through faithfulness, right? What Christ has done in his life through faithfulness, right? Not what he was able to do himself by following the text, right? And so again, this is something that they already have. The Christian community in Philippi already has this. So they don't need this lesser, right, unimportant thing. Verse 10, that I may know him in the power of his resurrection and the fellowship of his sufferings, being conformed to his death, if by any means I may attain to the resurrection from the dead. Okay, so he's saying, right now he's in prison, right? Right now he's suffering the way Christ suffered. He's saying he hopes to also be like him in his resurrection, right? His vindication through being set right, through this life of faithfulness, through suffering that St. Paul is leading. Notice also, and again, I hate that when we're reading St. Paul, I keep hammering our Protestant friends, but notice, if by any means I may attain to the resurrection from the dead. St. Paul doesn't seem to think he's once saved, always saved. He doesn't even seem to think he's once saved, going by that verse, right? He's pressing on, because again, it's a life of faithfulness. It's his faithfully enduring the sufferings that are set before him, right? That will get him to that goal, right? But he doesn't look at it as, okay, well, it's done, so, hey, I'm good, right? And whatever else happens. I'm just trying to do some nice stuff on my way out, right? And help you guys out because I'm such a good guy, right? He's pressing on toward that goal. Just as he told them to keep working out their salvation, he sees himself as still working out his own. To emphasize that, verse 12. Not that I have already attained or am already perfected, but I press on, that I may lay hold of that for which Christ Jesus has also laid hold of me.
That's a reiteration of
right. So Christ has laid hold of him on the road to Damascus. Remember, right? Christ grabbed him, gave him a mission, gave him a calling, right? Like the prophetic callings in the Old Testament. You're going to be the one I send, the apostle, to the nations to go out and preach the gospel. Right? And so he's trying to now, Christ laid hold of him and gave him that mission. He's now striving to complete that mission that Christ gave him, which for him, he's describing as being perfected, right? To reach his end, right? His telos in Greek, right? We think of being perfect in terms of not making any mistakes, right? Not making sins, not breaking commandments. That's that other view we were just talking about setting aside, right? Being perfect means being complete, reaching the end, maturity, right? Becoming the person who Christ created him and called him to be. When he achieves that, that will be when he's perfect, right? And it's perfected because he doesn't think it's primarily him doing it. He's pressing on, but it's Christ who's doing it in his life and through him. So this is very clear. St. Paul's being very clear here about how he understands salvation. And it's not a decision that you make at some point that then is eternally valid. Right? It's not a transaction of some sort that happens, right? Yeah, it's not pray to prayer, right? Or went forward at a meeting, right? That's not how he describes his own salvation, or how he described salvation earlier when he was talking to the people in Philippi. They need to continue to work out their own salvation with fear and trembling because it is God who is working in them, right? He says the same thing here. Christ is working in St. Paul, and St. Paul is pressing on toward that prize, toward that goal of perfection. That idea of maturity and perfection we've seen all through St. Paul's epistles. Right? So this isn't even his final form. Right? He's got a goal ahead, right? That he's pressing on. Verse 13, brethren, I do not count myself to have apprehended, but one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind and reaching forward to those things which are ahead, I press toward the goal for the prize of the upward call of God in Christ Jesus. Right? So he says, I don't have it yet. I haven't laid hold of it yet, but I'm continuing to push forward, onward and upward, right? To push forward to try and lay hold of it. Verse 15, therefore let us, as many as are mature, have this mind. If in anything you think otherwise, God will reveal even this to you. Nevertheless, to the degree that we have already attained, let us walk by the same rule, let us be of the same mind. Okay, so he says, some of us are further along this road than others. Right? Some people are just sort of baby Christians. Right? They're just getting started in the Christian life. Some people are very advanced. Right? So St. Paul says, as many of us who are mature, who have gone a little ways, right? Again, he's not saying he's attained, but who are a little further down the road, we need to think the same way, walk the same way, together in unity, right? And being of the same mind. He's returning to those ideas he talked about in the first chapter. Right, of being together and being of one mind and of one purpose, and walking together and living together in the same way. Brethren, join in following my example and note those who so walk, as you have us for a pattern. Okay. So St. Paul says, look, you've gotten to know me, you've seen how I'm doing this. Right? And he says it's not just St. Paul, right? He says, but you should note other men. He already pointed to Epaphroditus, right? You should notice other people who are more mature than you, right, in the faith, who are walking this path. You need to note them, and you need to follow them, not in the sense of becoming their disciples, but walking the way they walk, right? Taking them as what we would call role models, right? As heroes, right? As people who we should press on toward. And this is part of the role that the saints play for us, right? When we talk about the saints and we say that a person is a saint, we're doing what St. Paul tells us to do here. We're taking note of people who have gone before us, right? And who have run the race already, right? And pressed on toward the prize. And we're using them as our examples, right? And our inspiration, and to show us how it's done. Right, and learn from them. Verse 18, for many walk, of whom I have told you often, and now tell you even weeping, that they are the enemies of the cross of Christ, whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly, and whose glory is in their shame, who set their mind on earthly things. Okay? So he's saying, you need to note those people, because there's a lot of other people who are on the wrong road. Right? And you don't want to follow them, and you don't want to go down that road with them. And you don't want to become like them. Right? These are those people who are after their own gain again. Right? Who might set themselves up as leaders, who might be looking for disciples. Right? Looking for followers. Coming to them, trying to set themselves up as teachers. But when you look at how they walk, they're enemies of the cross of Christ. The end of that road is destruction, right? That whose God is their stomach, right? Meaning the only thing they're serving is their own appetites and their own desires and getting them fulfilled. And whose glory is in their shame. You know, they're proud of things that they should be ashamed of. Right? Don't follow them. You need to note the ones who are on the right path. Those set their mind on earthly things. Verse 20, for our citizenship is in heaven, from which we also eagerly wait for the Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. So that statement, remember, is particularly powerful in this context because these are Romans. Citizenship is a big deal, right? Not everyone, weren't just born in the Roman Empire and that made you a citizen, right? There were no Roman Empire anchor babies. There was no, to become a Roman citizen, the most common way to do it is the way that the Philippians did it, and that was to serve a term in the military and survive, right? And live long enough to retire and then be given a land grant as a veteran and be given citizenship. Or be born into a very wealthy and powerful family, or have a father or grandfather who did some great service for the empire or was awarded it.
Or your family or your descendants awarded with citizenship as well, or did they?
Generally, yes, though it could be revoked.
Paul was a Roman citizen because Tarsus had been given.
Right. Sometimes just all of the citizens of a city. Because they had done something to impress the emperor, he would just grant citizenship to everybody, right? But so it was a big deal. And we saw in Acts of the Apostles that there were certain benefits to it, right? Now, they might not be the kind of benefits that, appeal to us much, like getting beheaded instead of crucified. It was a quicker and less painful way to go. If you're going to be executed, yes, you would much rather be beheaded than crucified.
You also afforded legal protections that
Right.
outsiders weren't.
Right. So you also had the right to a hearing. That wasn't really due process in a trial like we have now, but at least you got to stand in front of the governor and defend yourself, right? As opposed to just being summarily executed or whatever they wanted to do by soldiers in the street. Yeah, so I mean, this is a major thing, right? So when St. Paul says to them, our citizenship isn't in this world, our citizenship is in heaven, right? Meaning you're not a citizen of Rome. You're a citizen of heaven, of Christ's kingdom, right? This is a major thing, right? Their CV, top of the CV, right? They didn't have all this Jewish stuff that St. Paul had. Top of their CV was, I'm a Roman citizen, right? A number one, right? And St. Paul's saying, even that is rubbish. But also, if you think about why they were given citizenship as veterans, the purpose of giving them citizenship and giving them these land grants out at the edge of the Roman Empire was that they would bring the Roman way of life and the Roman way of doing things and the Roman culture and the Roman way of thinking to that place where they settled. So when St. Paul is telling them they're citizens of Christ's kingdom in heaven, in this context of talking about how they walk and how they live their life, he's meaning the same thing, right? If you're a citizen of Christ's kingdom in heaven, that means your job, wherever you're living now, out at the fringes of it, right, is to bring that way of life, Christ's way of life, right? Christ's way of living and thinking and doing and speaking and acting to that place, to help conform that place to Christ's kingdom, right? You're not doing this for Rome anymore. You're doing this for Christ's kingdom. Right? This is your goal and your purpose now. Verse 21, who will transform our lowly body, that it may be conformed to his glorious body, according to the working by which he is able even to subdue all things to himself. Right? So you're called to help transform this world into Christ's kingdom. And that's going to include at the end the resurrection he's been referring to and the transformation of you yourself into the likeness of Christ. Right? So part and parcel of pressing toward that prize in salvation, it's not just about you, but it's about you in the community and you in this world. Right? So the people on the wrong path are just seeking the things of this world for themselves. Right? The person who's on the right path is not trying to get out of this world, but they're trying to transform this world. right? In the same way that the Roman citizens who were resettled, they weren't supposed to go to Philippi and adopt the Macedonian way of life, right? They were supposed to go and civilize Macedonia, right? They're in Romanized Macedonia. And so these Christians are not in Philippi to blend into the Philippian way of life. They're in Philippi to conform Philippi to the Christian way of life, to Christianize Philippi. Right? That's their task. So chapter 4, verse 1, "Therefore, my beloved and longed for brethren, my joy and crown, so stand fast in the Lord, beloved." So that's sort of his summary, right? There at the end is to stand fast in the Lord, right? And to tell them that he loves them. And so now we're going to get into everybody's favorite part of the end of St. Paul's epistles. Say hi to person XYZ. Verse 2, "I implore Euodia, and I implore Syntyche to be of the same mind in the Lord. And I urge you also, true companion, help these women who labored with me in the gospel, with Clement also, and the rest of my fellow workers, whose names are in the book of life." Okay. Notice these names are not Jewish, right? These are all pagan, Greek, and Roman names, right?
And he proclaims their names to be in the book of life, but he makes no supposition about himself.
Right.
I mean,
Right. So he's pointing out, he's doing part of what he said before, right? Which is, remember, take note of the ones who are, right? So he's now noting for them some of the people there in their midst who he knows, right? Who they need to take note of and see how they're living their life and what they're doing. And he starts with 2 women, right? Yeah, I know.
Well, he says for them to be at the same mind in the Lord. I wonder if they were, and imploring, it sounded like they were in disagreement and he wants them to come to.
Yeah, that's not necessarily implied in the original. It might be better read that he's imploring them to be of the same mind as the 2 of them, right? He's been telling everybody to be of the same mind as each other, right? And so people need to be of the same mind that they are. And also mentions Clement, right? That all of these people are his fellow workers who labored with him.
Is this the Clement that later became Bishop of Rome?
No.
No.
Probably not. Right. Probably not.
Which is that a name for a virtue? It is in English.
Yeah.
That was a Roman or a Greek
Roman.
term?
Roman. Yeah. So there's lots of, it's a common Roman name.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible this is the same person, but it's unlikely geographically because he's in Philippi now. That Clement is going to get mentioned by St. Peter in one of his epistles.
Right, yeah.
And St. Peter's identifies himself as writing from Rome. That's why we're pretty confident that's the same person. So it's not impossible that this is, but not necessarily. I wouldn't put money on it, but I'm cheap, so yeah. Verse 4, "Rejoice in the Lord always. Again I will say rejoice. Let your gladness be known to all men. The Lord is at hand." Right? So for St. Paul, the Lord being at hand, Christ's return being soon, is not something you should be scared about, nor constructing wall charts, nor doomsday prepping, nor buying food buckets, or any of those things. It's something you should be happy about. It's something you should be glad about. And not only should they be joyful, but everybody should look at them and see that they're joyful. I think we underrate that, because I don't know how many non-Christians today if you ask them, when you think about Christians, what do you think about? I don't know how many of them would say they're so joyful and glad all the time. Right? But St. Paul is saying this is one thing that people should see, right, when they see you.
Well, in some Protestant churches, I've been turned off by the glad-handed, what would I say, projection of a joy that I don't read as genuine.
Right. Well, that's fake. Anything fake is
I
bad.
read it as
Yeah.
fake, right?
St. Paul isn't saying pretend to be joyful. Right. Yeah. Yeah. He's he's telling them to rejoice, and he's telling them why. They should rejoice because the Lord is at hand.
Yeah, because the world's not the end.
Yeah. And that's good news. Verse 6, be anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God, and the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. Right? So,
According to that whole section set by Henry Purcell in the 17th
yeah.
century.
Yeah. So this is part of that rejoicing, right? What's going to stop you from being joyful and glad? Well, being anxious is kind of the opposite, right? And worrying. And so St. Paul doesn't just say, don't worry, be happy, right? Or what do you got to worry about, right? He gives them something concrete to do, right? So he's been very clear throughout this epistle, right? He's in prison, right? We face struggles, we face trials, they're going to come. Hard times are going to come, right? He's telling people to rejoice even in those hard times, right? And he's saying, instead of being anxious about them, instead of worrying, right? Which isn't actually accomplishing anything anyway, right? Like worrying isn't really doing anything. In all of those things, by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God, right? So you hand this over to God, right? Notice he says with thanksgiving. Right? Not with dourness, sour, anger, grumpiness, fear, right? Demanding certain results. But he says, if you do this, right, then you will have the peace of God. Why does it surpass all understanding? Well, remember St. Paul in the jail in Philippi. We talked about that in when we were reading through Acts, right? Where the way people were imprisoned at that time, they were literally chained to a floor, right? Usually in stocks. So they're chained on a mud floor in stocks. They didn't let them out to go to the bathroom. And mice or rats are crawling around. You have no way to knock them off of you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And St. Paul is there singing hymns in the middle of the night, chained in his own filth, right? So that's a sense of peace and rejoicing that passes all understanding, right? Like, nobody's going to get that, right? Looking at it from the outside. So what is St. Paul getting at when he talks about handing these things to God? And this is very direct, right? The reason we get anxious about things is that we've been lying to ourselves. We lie to ourselves most of the time and tell ourselves that we're in control of everything. I've got things under control. I'm set. I'm prepared. I've got everything lined up. I'm okay. And then when that lie is exposed, right, because the hard times come and we don't want them to come, and wait, I thought I was in control, so how is this happening? Then we get anxious, right? Because we're still trying to control it. It's out of control. I've got to get it back under control. I can't figure out how to do that. So I'm anxious and I worry and I get stressed out and I give myself an ulcer. I can't sleep at night, right? Because I have to solve this problem because I'm the one who's in charge of things and I'm the one who's in control. We're trying to sort of repeat the lie enough that it becomes true, right? But if we accept the reality that it's Christ who's in control, and not us. Right? And we go so far as to thanksgiving, to thank him that he's the one in control, because he does a better job than we would. Right? If we were the ones in control, right? Then all of a sudden, we don't have to worry anymore. Right? Because it's not up to us. We start to learn to accept in prayer, right? We don't pray to change God and get God to do what we want him to. Prayer changes us. Right? Or magic. Yeah. Right? Turn prayers into incantations, right? But it changes us, right? And we come to understand and stop lying to ourselves. And if we understand as St. Paul did, as he expressed in chapter 1, remember? He said, look, I'm in prison. I don't know what's going to happen. To live is Christ, to die is gain. If I live, I'll keep on preaching the gospel. I'll keep on doing what Christ has called me to do. If I die, I'll go to be with Christ. Right? We talked about how he received everything. If we come to that point, then there is a sense of peace. Right? The God who loves me so much he died for me, right, is the one in charge of things. So bad things are going to happen, but God's going to work them in some way to my good. Right? If I die, I'm going to go to be with him. Right? And I don't have to be then anxious and worried. Right? I can be at peace. I can have my joy untouched. All this is easier said than done. Right? But St. Paul is trying to illuminate a path. Again, he's not even saying he's attained this. But he's saying this is the road. This is the path. Right? When the anxiety and the fear and the worry comes that threatens the joy, this is the path you take it down to try and get through it to peace and to joy again. Right? This is the direction in which you press and struggle and strive. Verse 8, finally, brethren. Yes, he says finally twice. 2 chapters apart. Finally, brethren, whatever things are true, whatever things are noble, whatever things are just, whatever things are pure, whatever things are lovely, whatever things are of good report, if there is any virtue, and if there's anything praiseworthy, meditate on these things. The things which you learned and received and heard and saw in me, these do, and the God of peace will be with you. Okay, so we're coming to the end of this positive epistle, but here St. Paul is giving positive instructions, right? This is not the way we have tended to think about things. What you usually hear in church is, don't think about this, don't look at this, don't touch this, don't eat this, right? Don't do this, don't do that, right? St. Paul is turning that on his head and giving the positive, right? There are beautiful things in this world. There are good and lovely and wonderful things in this world. There is virtue, right? Spot those people who are further ahead on the road than you, right? There are all these good and wonderful things in God's creation, in this world, in the church, in our lives. Focus on those things. Not just don't focus on the others, but focus on these. Spend your time and your money and your mental effort, right, on these things, right? On these things, because these will pull you in the right direction. It's not just about avoiding the bad road. It's about staying on and making progress on the good road. Actively search out these good and noble and pure things and make those your focus and make those part of your life as you continue on. And he says, even with St. Paul himself, right? Look at me and the things I've done and the things you've heard from me. Sift through those and find the good and noble and pure ones and cling on to those, right? Anything else, just let that go, right? Let that slide. Forget about that. But whatever you've seen that Christ is doing in St. Paul that's good, hold on to that. Verse 10, but I rejoiced in the Lord greatly that now at last your care for me has flourished again, though you surely did care, but you lacked opportunity. Right? So he's saying, he's talking again about Epaphroditus coming to him and these good things they've done for him lately. He says, that he rejoices because it's flourished, right? We've had this recent outbreak of your goodness, right, toward me. And he's saying, not that, you were bad to me before, but just you had an opportunity now, to do good for me and to show me love and kindness, and you took it. Verse 11, not that I speak in regard to need, for I have learned in whatever state I am to be content. Right? So he's saying, and I'm not saying, I needed something and you came through. I know how to be abased and I know how to abound. Everywhere and in all things I have learned both to be full and to be hungry, both to abound and to suffer need. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
There's that verse that every student athlete ever uses.
Yes, that pulls completely out of context, right? Because St. Paul is not talking about the 100-yard dash or scoring touchdowns, right? He's not talking about any of that. He's talking about being able to live in any circumstances. He's talking about being able to live in prison and still be joyful and still have a sense of peace, or to be in the midst of the community in Philippi eating a feast with them and enjoying their company, right? And still be following Christ, right? You actually need strength both places. You need strength both places. Why? Well, what's the danger when you're feasting and you're abounding and you have all the money? That you become like those people he was warning them about, who starts to really love the feasting and the money and the abundance and those things. And when you start to love those, they start to become a priority, right? And you can go down. So you need Christ's strength to resist that temptation too, just as you need Christ's strength to resist the temptation to despair when times are hard, right? So St. Paul's saying he has Christ strengthening him through all of it. So whatever the circumstances are, and he's had widely changed circumstances, right? He's been drifting out at sea on a piece of driftwood. He's been in prison, and he's also been, in their midst, living with them, working with them, celebrating with them, right? He's been all over the map. But through all of that, Christ is there strengthening him. He's had this sense of peace. He's had this sense of rejoicing, right? So he's emphasizing that not only because they need to become the same way and to repeat that, but he's also saying, it wasn't that I was in this desperate need, you came and helped me. I was fine, but you came and did these good and kind things for me, right? These were sort of gratuitous. It wasn't that you felt guilty or felt bad for me or pity for me, because I was okay. But you did this good for me anyway. And he's thanking them and expressing his appreciation for it. Verse 14, nevertheless, you have done well that you shared in my distress. Now you Philippians know also that in the beginning of the gospel, when I departed from Macedonia, no church shared with me concerning giving and receiving, but you only. When he says they shared in his distress, he's not saying they were also distressed or they were also in prison. He's saying that when St. Paul was in prison, they came to him.
Well, I suppose he doesn't
Right.
mean distress from what he's just saying, in that he was all wrought up and
Right.
in
Right.
a terrible state of mind.
Right. He's saying that they didn't ignore him in prison.
The distress in
Right.
English carries
Yeah.
this anxiety component that he doesn't need.
Right. And so he's saying at the beginning of the gospel. Now, what's interesting about this is he refers to it as the beginning of the gospel. We talked before about how the gospel is the victory of Christ, right? So St. Paul here, by using that phrase, is describing him traveling and preaching the gospel as part of the gospel. Him proclaiming the victory of Christ is part of Christ's victory in the world, is the Philippians hearing it and coming to Christ, right? Is part of his victory because they belong to him. But he's talking about back then, right, when he first came to them, when he departed from Macedonia. There was no sort of, none of the churches he started in Macedonia, except for the one in Philippi, really inquired after him after he left. That's what he's saying. So he's saying they have this sort of special place in his heart because when he left Macedonia, they inquired after him. Verse 16, for even in Thessalonica, you sent aid once and again for my necessities. Right? So if you look at a map, Thessalonica is a ways down in Greece, right? Away from Macedonia. You sent people all the way down to Thessalonica to make sure I was okay and see if there was anything I needed and to try and help me after I left. Verse 17, not that I seek the gift, but I seek the fruit that abounds to your account. Right? So again, he's saying, not that I want you to send me, right? I'm not asking you to send me things, right? like that's not my point. But that he wants to see, he likes seeing not them giving him things, but he likes seeing their generosity. He likes seeing their kindness. He likes seeing the good things that they're doing. It's not that he wants them to do stuff for him in particular, right? Verse 18, indeed, I have all and abound. I am full, having received from Epaphroditus the things sent from you, a sweet-smelling aroma, an acceptable sacrifice, well-pleasing to God. Okay, so he says, you sending me Epaphroditus and the things you sent with him, right? He's saying, that's not just you being good to me, right? Because you like me, right? But you were really making an offering to God of kindness and of goodness, right? And of love. And God has received that, right? As an offering to him. Verse 19, and my God shall supply all your need according to his riches and glory by Christ Jesus. Now to our God and Father be glory forever and ever. Amen. And then a last little note. Greet every saint in Christ Jesus. The brethren who are with me greet you. All the saints greet you, but especially those who are of Caesar's household. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen. So that mention of Caesar's household is one of the reasons why some people have thought that this might have been written from Rome. Okay? But being of Caesar's household does not mean like you're his nephew, right? The people of Caesar's household refers to, well, first of all, Caesar's the paterfamilias of the whole empire, but this extended family, there were officials and important people who were considered members of Caesar's household all over the empire, right? So by indicating that, what St. Paul is indicating is that he's already talked about how people are visiting him and he's preaching the gospel even in prison. He's indicating that this is even gotten up into the echelons of Rome, right? And presumably, we've talked about the nature of Philippi, right, and the people there. There are people there who would have connections with these people. Right, so he's referring to specific people who would be known to the people in Philippi and not naming them, presumably because they live in Ephesus and St. Paul's in prison and he doesn't want to get them in trouble, right? But the Philippians would have known who these people are by that indication, right? And it's not meaning, Caesar's wife is coming and visiting him or something, or his son. Yeah. So Caesar's household was a bigger, right, concept than that, and included all kinds of Roman officials. So that is likely who St. Paul is referring to, and he's just using that to indicate who it is to them without sharing their name in a place where someone could find it and they could get in trouble. Right, he doesn't have a problem with saying the names of the people in Philippi because they're not facing any kind of persecution like this. And Epaphroditus is on his way back. And St. Timothy he's about to send there, right? And so he feels safer saying their names. Yes, sir?
Well, it says greet every saint. That doesn't mean, what's that mean?
That means greet everybody. Right, we talked. St. Paul uses this as a greeting. We talked about this back in 1st and 2nd Corinthians, right? It literally means Holy One. This is the term that's used to refer to angels in the Old Testament. And so all of the people in the church are called to be saints, right? That's who they are in Christ, right? That doesn't mean every one of them is perfect. And he's not saying greet the perfect people, right? Because he just said there aren't any, including St. Paul himself,
Pretty much every
right?
time the word saint is mentioned in the New Testament, it's just referring to like believers, Christians.
Well, yeah, usually, yeah, the holy ones. But it's connected to that idea of angels and who they're called to be, right? So I mean, like at the beginning of 1 Corinthians, as I've summarized it several times, he says, "You are all holy ones. You're like the angels of God. So stop committing incest." Right? Like, so you need, your behavior is not in line with who you are in Christ, right? So it's a way of reminding them of who they are in Christ by that title, right? And so when he says greet all the saints, he's saying greet each other and greet each other with the awareness of who you are in Christ. Right? So it's actually returning to that theme of sort of unity, considering others better than yourself. Right? All the other people in the church are saints. Even if they annoy you, even if they right, great on you, even if they're saints. Some of the fathers say this, right? That we should consider ourselves a sinner and every other human we meet a saint. Right? They're perfect. Right? They're doing everything right. I'm the mess. Right? I'm the one who needs to work, not them. Okay. So that's the end of St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians. As I mentioned, the books are getting shorter because St. Paul's epistles are arranged in order of length. So that will continue to happen. So next time we'll start St. Paul's epistle to the Colossians, which is going to be another gear shift because Colossae is a very different community than Philippi. So thank you, everybody.
Listen next time as Father Stephen DeYoung continues his study of the Scriptures on the whole counsel of God. Father Stephen's email address is wholecounsel@ancientfaith.com. That's wholecounsel@ancientfaith.com.